testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. What does it sound like now? How does it sound now? So it sounds okay now? Okay, it's good now. Yeah, I have been having some weird issues with, kind of, well, yeah, the music. The music is always kind of intentionally loud. So, so what about now? How does it sound? Actually, hang on. I'm gonna mute the music for now, just so you can actually hear my voice. How does it sound right now? I've been having a lot. Thank you, Frankie Palmieri. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. I have been running into a lot of issues with my voice down. Oh, it's too low still. Oh, I think I know why. Let's see if I do something like this. Okay, is this louder now? Is this louder? Is this better here? Wait, the music is still loud? Whoa, hang on. Oh, this is okay. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. All right. Okay, here we go. So I meant to mute the music, and I guess I didn't mute the music because I didn't quite understand what I was doing over here. How do I sound now? Do I sound poppy? Is there lots of like weird crackling or anything like that? Or does it sound fine? Ah! Oh, hang on a second. What the heck? Why did I do that? And why can't I switch back to the title? Hang on. Hang on. There we go. Okay. Well, actually, where was, like, why am I so far off to the side over here? I guess I have to scoot into the middle here. Gotta move this out of the way. That will be talked about on a future stream. This is a shirt on a chair. This is the actual microphone. Okay, so I guess I will be sitting a little bit off to the side over here like so. And I have to remember to lower my chair a little like this. Okay. How does this look to everybody here? Okay. Audio sounds good. Camera looks good. All right. Let's do this. Okay, so I have to finish my socials, so give me 1 second, guys. These loyal guys who have still been subscribing even while I haven't been streaming. Thank you guys so much. It's been I mean, I'll talk about it when I start the stream, so give me 1 second here. Blanca definitely needs some more nerves. What are you talking about, Henry? character is so good. Oh my god. What am I trying to do here? I mean, at this point, like, yeah, I can imagine people wanting to have Zangief nerfed. Let's see here. What am I trying to do? Okay, we're gonna have to do this like so because it's just how it works. Okay, let's do, whoops, what are we trying to do here? Stream link, blah, 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 close this, add this, like so, and then do this. What? That's not what I was doing, what? Okay. Hey, look at everybody with the resubscribes. Appreciate you guys. I know I haven't streamed in a long time. It's been tough, man. It's been tough. God, these last few months have just been just craziness, honestly. What am I trying to do here? There we go. That is what I'm trying to do. All right. Yoink. Okay. So that social is going up. That social's done. I got it all in the Discord. All right, so I think we can just go ahead and officially pseudo start right now. Yeah, obviously it's been forever since I've streamed, and it's been really, really hard for me to stream of late for various reasons. Oh yeah, you're right. Let's see here. Interact. There we go. All right, that should do it, right? Mr. Claw, I want to say that your 2xKO video is everything I've tried to explain to others. Being disabled and playing fighting games with 4 fingers is hard enough. Then you add the poo-poo controls of 2xKO. So, again, my point even wasn't necessarily that 2xKO's controls were bad. Like, what I complained about them was that they're fairly unintuitive, and they feel needlessly complex in a way that it feels like the developers were trying to make it hard to control, to fight the allegations that single button special moves make execution easier. The thing about it is, if you are 2xKO and you're a League of Legends fighting game, and you are single button inputs, and they've said on socials and stuff like, hey, this is a, intuitive, like simplified controls to easy to get into, blah, 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 blah. It just feels like it's contradictory to what the game is presenting and giving to its players. So how about now? How about now? Is it better? Is it better, or did it die? Okay. This is going to be a problem. I don't know what happened to my audio setup, but like it keeps dying on me, and I'm not sure why. All right, you know what? Forget this. God, every time I try to set this, every time I try to set this. All right, testing, testing, testing. How does it sound? How does it sound? Oh no, I muted it on purpose because I was changing all the settings and stuff. Um, Dang it. Like, I keep trying to, I want to pump it through the NVIDIA. So basically, what I do with my microphone is that I pump it through my voice meter application so that I can actually adjust the volume of my mic outside of OBS. But then I pump it also through NVIDIA Broadcast because I want it to eliminate the background noise. And so I feel like it's just being routed into too many different directions, is what it really comes down. Testing, testing, one, two, three. Testing, testing, one, two, three. How is it going now? Okay, so the audio is back. So how's the video look? How's the video look? And let me know if the audio is all crazy or anything like that. So it seems like the culprit is voice meter. Seems like voice meter, for some reason, every time I have it pass through voice meter, it seems to explode. And one of the reasons for that might just be because the microphone is, I don't know, I can't figure out what it is. Why voice meter and the microphone just do not like each other or something. Because I skipped NVIDIA, right? Akiba Games, like I skipped NVIDIA and just used voice meter, and that's where it was dying. And now I've skipped voice meter and is just using NVIDIA, and it seems to be working. But the problem is I still can't adjust the volume of my microphone via voice meter this way. And God, voice meter like is like the greatest product in the world, but also the most complicated product in the world. Like you have to know exactly what you're doing to make it work and stuff. And oh God, I'm telling you right now, I know I've said this a million times before, but without question, audio is the worst part of streaming. Audio is easily the worst part about streaming. I don't know if it's a Windows problem, and I'm guessing it is because Windows sucks. But like you would think the video is the hard part of streaming, but it's not. It's always the audio. The audio is always the biggest pain in the ass when it comes to streaming. It's so annoying. Anyways. Okay. So, as I was saying, my whole point about the 2xKO thing wasn't even necessarily that the controls are bad. I think the controls are fine, if your audience for the game was like the Marvel scene or the Guilty Gear scene, right? If 2xKO was like, look, we're a Marvel and Guilty Gear. If they had a baby, 2xKO is what it is. But the message that I get from 2xKO, and this is not something that they necessarily say, this is not anybody's fault, but like single button special moves are supposed to be easier. It's a League of Legends IP, so it feels like it's supposed to appeal to people who don't play fighting games. They talk about this tag system. You can bring friends who aren't even good at fighting games, etc., etc. So it feels like the game is supposed to be for beginner-friendly players. And so when the control scheme is as confusing as it just feels like to me it flies in the face of the kind of messaging that I feel like the game is trying to send out. And, with things like I've often talked about Yasuo's hold S1. So S1 is ching ching, and then S2 is the end of the Rekka. But if you hold S1, it's a downward slash. Like, I can't think of a logical reason why that shouldn't just be down in S1 in the air. He doesn't have a down in S1. And it's a downward slash. Why not make it a down in S1? I feel like it's a hold specifically to make it a little bit harder. And that's the whole part that confuses me. Marvel Tokon's inputs, they've got motions that you can do. I think it's one of those games that has both motions and single button special moves. When I played it, I was only using special moves, and I haven't been home to play any of the betas, which drives me nuts. So Tokon's control scheme is a little bit easier, and again, like one of the things that I mentioned about 2xKO is like you can have single buttons, inputs, but like why not try to make it like consistent like Smash Brothers, right? Because literally both in the ground and in the air, every character has a different set of directions that work for the two special move buttons. Some characters have forward, some characters have back, some characters have down. There's characters even with down forward variants, which is very rare, but like it changes for every character on both special move buttons and on the ground and in the air. So literally, you're just memorizing like which ones they have. Now, obviously, if you play this enough, it becomes muscle memory. But again, like that kind of unintuitiveness, and again, I say that not as an opinion, like it's so unintuitive, but by nature, having 4 different places that you can use 2 special buttons, and in every single one of those places, the directions are different for every character. It feels like it's antithetical to having single button inputs. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Again, my complaint, I don't like it because I like motion controls, and in that video halfway through I'm even like, dude, it might just be me. But I was talking about how I felt like it could have been organized better, how it could have been, like why it's unintuitive to me, and I'm just trying to provide my rationales for that, but that's just what it is. And anyways, that's not the topic today. So obviously, I haven't streamed in a long time. I tried getting back into it. So in the last time I streamed was over a month ago, and it was just for, I think, God, I don't even remember what it was that I was streaming. Oh, I was labbing Alex. That's what it was. And even when I did that, I hadn't streamed in forever. Obviously, like I'm sure you guys already know, but in case you don't know, you know, I was kind of depressed all of February and in March because Jasmine was sick, and unfortunately, you know, I had to do the humane thing for her, and she passed away at the end of March. And so for February and March, I spent as much time as possible with her and cuddling with her and just trying to spoil her as much as possible. And then I was like, all right, it's time to get back to streaming. And then in April, I was like, actually, I'm going to Taiwan. So I ended up going to Taiwan for about a week and a half, which, if you know anything about travel, is about 2 weeks. So I was in Taiwan for 2 weeks. That was, you know, a lot of time. And then right before I went to Taiwan, I got a message saying, hey, do you want to commentate VSAV at Evo Japan? And I was like, yes, please. I haven't been to Japan since before the pandemic. And so, you know, I was like, shit, yeah, let's go. And so, literally, after I came back from Taiwan, I was home for about a week. And then I went to Evo Japan. So, like, I was gone again for about another 2 weeks because I spent it was about a week and a half for Japan because I spent about a week in Japan. Because the thing is, I didn't want to be gone. Like, I was not home at all in April. And Jasmine had just passed. So I'm just abandoning Nathan home. You know, when I went to Taiwan, it was okay because Olaf was home. And so Olaf was able to check up on him. Olaf sent me wonderful videos of him and Nathan cuddling and stuff. But when I came back from Taiwan, I have never actually heard Nathan this vocal before. Nathan just meows like constantly now. Like, this is something he has never done before. Like, my cats have both generally been very quiet cats until it's time to eat and they do the shark thing in the kitchen. But he is just like meowing everywhere. Like, every time I see him, he's just like meow, 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 meow. And in fact, I've been cuddling with him a lot, like at night when I go to sleep, and he'll be upstairs, and so I just walk out of my room and I just go meow really loud. Like, I meow, and Nathan runs down the stairs halfway, and he just goes meow, 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 and I'm like, all right, pick him up, and I take him to the bed. And so, like, I've been abandoning Nathan a lot, and so I wanted to spend more time in Japan, but I couldn't feel comfortable about leaving him home for any longer than it needed to be. So I came home a little bit sooner than intended, and basically got back. And I am going to be flying out again for Combo Breaker this weekend. And basically, I'm the retro guy now, right? Like, outside of doing those streams at the studio. For like, you know, last year was the World Warrior recaps. Before that was like the online premieres, and now we're actually just streaming all the American World Warriors. Like, outside of that, I don't really do Street Fighter 6 anymore. I'm just not called upon it. Capcom, I don't know if it's Capcom. I mean, Evo for sure is, you know, putting me on a lot of retro stuff, and right now, Evo has been putting me on a lot of retro stuff as well. So I will be commentating Combo Breaker this weekend, but I won't be doing any Street Fighter 6. But I'm fine. Like VSAV, I'm so happy for VSAV. And yeah, like I felt like me and Joe like enjoyed that so much. We had so much fun doing that. And also, just so you know, like I have been playing a lot of Vampire Savior recently. I have actually been playing a lot of Vampire Savior. I think eagle eyed people probably can figure out. I'm not playing as Jay Chenzor, though. I'm not playing as Jay Chenzor on Fightcade. I'm playing as a pseudonym, and I'm sure anybody who's paying attention can probably figure out who I am on there. But I've been playing a lot of VSAV, and I have just been having so much goddamn fun. I haven't really had a chance to sit down and watch a lot of the Hokuto no Ken JNV, although I do plan to stream some of it a little bit. I do plan to stream some of it because I want to show everybody just how hard the infinites actually are, right? Because you watch people do some of those things. I mean, there was the one character where he like stabs you in the foot with the knife and then jab, 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 does all this stuff, stabs you in the foot with the knife, jab, 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 jab. And it's this long combo. And I was being told that every time he stabs you in the foot into the jab, that's like a 2-frame link. Like that is a 2-frame window, and the guys who were in top 8 were doing it like every single time, and they made it look so easy. Yeah, see, Furix in the chat just verified 2-frame link. Like they make it look like you're just mashing. So all those combos, every time you see people do it, you're like, ah, here comes the infinite, ha 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 ha. But you don't actually know how hard this shit is. And so I actually want to sit down and learn as many infinites in Hokuto no Ken as I can to kind of give people an indication of how hard it is. It will be a little bit misleading because I am very good at combos, and I will probably be able to get to the point to do them a little more consistently faster than most people. However, I will be able to explain, oh, I see what makes this hard, and I can describe why it's hard. And even if I can do it a little bit quicker than most people can, I can at least tell you that this is hard for normal people. Which is why other rounds are ready with the counter. It makes sense. Makes sense. But in any case, so the last month I haven't streamed because I just haven't been home. And so you can imagine after coming back from Taiwan, which by the way was a vacation, but not a vacation. I'll just say that much. It's the last I'll say of it. I did have some great times though over there. I got to meet up with GamerBee and I met up with some other friends and stuff. It was really cool. Got to see a lot of my relatives that I haven't seen in 40 years. But after I got back from Taiwan, that week between Taiwan and Japan was just like laundry, do this, set this up, figure out, because Olaf went to Japan as well, not for Evo Japan, for other reasons. So he couldn't take care of Nathan while I was in Japan. And so that week in between Taiwan and Japan, because like I said, they asked me to do Evo Japan literally 2 days before I left for Taiwan. So I didn't even know I had to look for cat sitters. Like I was just gonna be home and watching Evo Japan. But you know, all of a sudden I was like, crap. So like that whole week between Taiwan and Japan was just like a whirlwind. Then I was in Japan for a week and now I'm back, and I know it's been a large portion through May already, but I have just been all over the place since I've gotten back from Evo Japan. And again, when I got back from Evo Japan, it wasn't even that long ago, because Evo Japan was first, second, and third. And I was out there all the way until the 6th. I flew home on the 7th, on Thursday the 7th. So yeah, basically I didn't stream last week, and now I'm back, finally, streaming again. So I really want to do a lot of streaming. I've got a lot of ideas and concepts and things that I want to talk about. want to do more stuff for YouTube, etc., etc. Vlog YouTube content of my travels. I have thought about it a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. I always think about it, but my problem is that I'm like, I'm so introverted and I'm so like when I'm not commentating or when I'm in like Japan or even if I'm just like, let's say I'm at Combo Breaker, like I have a free block. I should stream the floor or whatever. Or I can go back to my hotel room and lie down and play games on my Switch and be an introvert and recharge batteries. So that's kind of what happens. What's up, Sartorius? Chris, so the introvertedness makes me not very good at the live content stuff. So while I want to do it, I, 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 it's hard. It's really hard for me to do. It's really hard for me to do because like I'm walking around and I'm filming and I've done it before. I've tried to do it before, and there's just something about it that it's not only that it's just like it's not that it's hard to do or that it's like I don't know what to do. It's awkward. Like I can talk about anything for any given length. I mean, you guys know me, right? Like so if I see something, I can just talk about it forever and stuff. But there's something about recording yourself or live streaming yourself or doing content while you're on the go like that that is particularly draining on the introvert battery. Like if I'm walking the floor space and I'm going, hey, check this out. Oh, look at this. They have this thing over here. They have this thing over there. They have, oh, cool, check this. Like I can literally feel myself get tired. I can literally feel myself just like my brain is just like, you're not having fun. You hate this. This sucks. Go to the room and lie down. You know, like it's crazy. It's actually kind of bad. I ran out of disk space on my computer. What in the world? Hang on a second. Oh, it's this drive over here because I have a lot of stuff that I haven't deleted. Oh, well, you know what? Because I'm streaming to YouTube, it's okay. YouTube is really, really good at saving the videos and stuff, so I should be fine, even though this is getting destroyed over here. Okay, whatever. You know what? I'm not worried. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay. Actually, what I could do is I could do this. This will clear up a lot of space. And I'll start recording again just because it's better to be safe. So let's just take everything from 2025 here. Oh God, I don't know if this is actually going to mess up my computer, but let's see what happens, shall we? Let's see what happens. That's not what I don't this. Oh, I don't have it plugged in. That's why. You know what? I'm not gonna do anything because it's just gonna destroy it. No, the editor definitely downloads it from YouTube. So, anyways, as long as the stream is running, we'll be good. Give me 1 second. It's here like so. I can do this. There we go. Okay. In any case, yeah, I'm back, and so hopefully I'll be able to get to streaming today. I have two topics that I really want to talk about today. One of them was a great idea because given to me on Twitter because I had talked about, you know, people are talking about Lightning Beast and et cetera, after the Daigo Mena match, and you know, I had talked about one of the reasons I was like kind of going into what made Lightning Beast really strong, and a lot of people were like, one person was like, can you make a video about this? Because I kind of want to understand why it's so good. Like, what makes this move so good? And, I thought that was a great idea. So we're going to analyze Lightning Beast, not only what makes it good, but, specific ways to fight it that we'll be testing it out. Right, and you know what? One of the reasons why I've been saying Blanca's so strong, I don't need to do that for my level 1 Archer Carter because Broski did that already. Go to Broski's YouTube channel. He has a whole video where he says, I don't understand Kagero no Mai, and that's her level 1, and he breaks down exactly what makes that move so goddamn strong. But one of the reasons why I've always said Blanca is super strong is one of the reasons that makes Lightning Beast is because of one of the things I'm going to talk about for Lightning Beast. Okay, so we'll definitely get into that. But then also, Keats, as you guys know, the developer behind Rumbleverse, behind second season and beyond of Killer Instinct. I've worked with him before on the Marvel vs. Capcom 3 wiki, on Shoryuken.com, etc., etc. He always has a lot of very, very smart things to say about fighting games and balance, etc., etc. Well, he's starting a new YouTube channel where he's just talking about game development. And the first video he put up was a video about game balance, like fighting game balance. I assume it's fighting game balance. Forgot to mention to him that I'm live over here. I'm assuming that it's about fighting games. He just says game balance isn't real is the title of the video here. But we're going to watch this. I haven't seen it yet. And so we're going to watch this actually like live. Actually, let me do this really quick. I just want to make sure I do this. So we're going to watch this live and I'm going to react to it. Now, this is an hour video. This is an hour video. Needless to say, if I spend all the time I want to talking about and reacting to this video, we're going to be here for about like 8 hours, right? So, because you know how I am. When I get onto when I get a jumping off point to talk about, I am the world's highest jumper when you give me a launching point like that. So my intention is to get through maybe 10 to 15 minutes of this video today. And then after Combo Breaker, maybe continue with it, in chunks like that. I already warned Keats. I was like, dude, if I watch this video live, I will be talking about this video for Keats is in the chat. There you go. Okay. It's about balance in general. Okay, got it. So yeah, I'm going to be talking about this for a long time because, as a person who's been playing video games forever, who thinks about fighting games all the time and thinks about, one of the things that I talk about a lot with fighting games is, my biggest complaint about all modern fighting games and a lot of what fighting game developers are doing is that I feel like a lot of fighting game developers these days are too focused on mechanics. Balance, yes, I think they're a little too focused on balance. And they're not focused enough on the player experience. It sounds so goddamn generic. They're not focused enough on how the games make a player feel when they're playing the game. I've often talked about moves like Falcon Punch and Jigglypuff Sleep, which in general, at highest levels, they have uses. They're not like the major thing you do with these characters. There's ways to land them, but you notice that when people do land them, everybody goes nuts, right? Like you land a good Falcon Punch combo, and the audience goes nuts because the Falcon Punch is not easy to land. But it's such a good feeling, right? So you make this move in a casual setting, and even if somebody isn't gonna win the match playing a free for all in Smash Brothers, if he ever just somehow hits you, you're better than them. You're beating them up all day, and they're just like, well, we're playing, we're having fun. He's too good, whatever. If the guy ever lands a Falcon Punch on you, like, you're just never gonna hear the end of it, right? And so, like, we're not worried enough about how to make the players feel when they're playing fighting games anymore. We're so engrossed in the mechanics, and we're so engrossed in, like, oh, we got to do this, and this is going to balance that, and da 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 da. This has been a complaint about I've had for years. If you guys remember, when I used to talk about Street Fighter V, I said the biggest weakness of that game is there's just nothing in that game that makes you feel like, yeah! Like, Crush Counter was like the closest thing. And eventually they had to nerf Crush Counter to scale extra, even though the point of Crush Counter was supposed to reward you. But it got nerfed to the point where it actually scaled damage more. So like there's nothing in that game that like makes you feel good. You know, like Street Fighter V was really devoid of like things that make you feel good. Street Fighter 6 is significantly better than that right now. Drive impacts are a big part of that actually, because it feels cool when you hit somebody with it and stuff. But I've talked about another example. You know, if you play Mortal Kombat, down and high punch, the uppercut is a great feeling attack. You hit it, it's like, oh, and it's not doesn't have to be some big super combo cutscene or whatever like that, but you just know that this move necessarily isn't that good. But if you find the opportunity, like you duck a throw and you hit somebody with it, or you just like throw it out and the guy just happened to do this and you punch people, like it feels good, right? Like there's this joy and euphoria you get out of landing a down high punch in Mortal Kombat. And a lot of fighting games forgot about that. Oh, you're gonna be doing Scramble Heart City, dude. Like, I'm assuming you're doing that with the creator because I'd love to get in on that if I can. So, okay, and no one actually cares about balance. No one actually plays these games. At most, they want to feel their characters viable and they are capable of closing the gap with a skill. I mean, they do care about balance, but the problem is that nobody really knows what balance is. And actually, when we watch Keats' video, I'm sure he's going to have a lot to say about this. But in general, people don't actually know. Like, they'll be like, God, like, why is this character, why is Guile broken? And it's like, Guile's not broken, you know, like, or Cammy's the worst character in the game. And it's like, Cammy's not the worst character in the game, you know? So, yeah, it's like, there's a lot of stuff going on in fighting games that people aren't able to properly grasp. So they do care about balance. But in the end, again, because the fighting games are so focused on mechanics and so focused on balance, I feel like they've kind of forgotten about the fun part. And the hardest part right now is that a lot of the people, you know, this is a 2x KO problem. This is a problem with I mean, I haven't had a chance to play either of them too much, but of what I've played for Invincible, I'm worried about this for Avatar, etc., etc. When you make a fighting game and you get fighting game players to make a fighting game, a lot of times the fighting game players forget, what uh, an expert fighting game player enjoys out of a fighting game is not the same thing that everybody else, which is like 90% of the audience, is going to enjoy in a fighting game, right? So, like, I mean, we've already just seen it, right? Like, I've seen like so many posts already of people being like, stop making this stupid avatar content for Street Fighter 6. Nobody plays this mode. And you're like, okay, Capcom keeps churning out these avatar costumes. They just created this crazy avatar battle. Do you really think nobody's playing the avatar stuff? Do you like like how where does the logic like come into place? Like what? Like how do you even claim that nobody plays the avatar stuff? They're making it for a reason here, dude. Like, come on. Oh man. Auto combos. I mean, auto combos honestly, like if there's a way to turn them off or at least make it actively that you have to do something to make the auto combos happen, I think auto combos are fine. So I think that's fine. So hardcore fighting game players have a very disconnected view from the average consumer. And that's one of the hardest things when we talk about fighting games too, is that, when I talk about fighting games, I'm always trying to keep in mind the casual players and the people who aren't us. So every time I try to come up with balance changes or new modes, or if we do this or do this, like I'm always trying to keep in mind how that affects the casual players, because that's the money, that's the bread and butter. Like in the end, Street Fighter 6 is a product. You can't ignore them. You can't ignore them. They're the people who are making your money. And it sucks because then you get top players complaining about things, and then it cascades down, and like everybody's like, oh my god, Street Fighter 6 is so unbalanced, everybody hates the game. But then like I was saying to somebody on Twitter, right? Like I on my For You tab on Twitter, I have somehow curated my feed to have a lot of Japanese players who are like, oh my god, after 2.5 years of playing, I have finally achieved master rank. I'm so proud of myself. And like, I will respond to random people I don't even know, and I'm just like, congratulations, great job. I know it was hard. Keep it up. It's gonna get harder, but you can do it. You run into this all the time, and then you talk to FGC, and they're like, getting to masters, nothing, man. That's like barely. You're still a beginner. You suck, right? And I'm just like, dude, bro, shut up. Like, shut the hell up, dude. Do you know how hard it is for some of these people to get to master, man? It's fucking hard, dude. Hey, what's up, Taylor Garcia? Yeah. Hopefully, I'll be a little more consistent. And it's not because these players are bad, and it's not because these players aren't trying, etc., etc., etc. This is the worst part: is that whenever you talk to somebody and you're like, oh god, I'm having trouble getting out of platinum, people are like, oh, you suck, blah, all that. Like, dude, like I've said a million times already, there are a million plus infinite things to do that are more fun than losing in a fighting game. There's like, and there's also a million plus infinite things that you have to do that are not fighting games, like go work, take care of the kids, clean the house, right? Like a lot of these people are just sitting down and they just want to have fun at the game before they go to sleep and they have to do the whole dang day again, right? Like we have to understand that this is the primary audience for these games, right? And so you have to make sure they're the ones that are enjoying the game. Because a lot of the times, too, like these people, even if they're playing casual, like being able to dress your avatar in a very specific way can mean a lot. And especially because these are people who oftentimes are busy because they're working and they've got money. And so if this is the thing that they're doing in their off time, they're going to spend money on it. Right? Like if you just happen to be a big Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan and you're sitting there and all of a sudden they have this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles collab, you're going to be like, "Shit, I love Donatello. Let's go." You know, like if the freaking, Sawada seppuku emote actually like cost money, I would have had to seriously consider buying it. Like that's the thing, right? So like yeah, I love watching VTubers play SF6. They seem to have genuine fun grinding to masters. Exactly. We have to be careful about how we approach these games. And we do have to be careful about having fighting game players make fighting games unless they can confidently say that they have. I mean, I've said this to Keats, I've said this to everybody. Like, I want to make a new Rival Schools game. I don't even know what half the characters are going to do. I don't even know what the majority of the characters do. I don't care what the characters necessarily are going to do right away. That's for the phase of fleshing out the game and coming up with the characters and stuff. I am really focused on what the system is going to be in that game. Like my idea of a Rival Schools sequel is more like concept. I want it to play a certain way. I want it to be a certain thing so that it can gain an audience of players who are looking for this kind of thing. And I want it to feel a certain way. I want it to evoke the emotions out of the players, something that very specific that I think a lot of people can enjoy, right? So the same thing I said about Darkstalkers. The biggest problem with me making a new Darkstalkers game is that it wouldn't sell to anybody because like I would be so anal about like trying to keep it so like pure Darkstalkers that like I don't know if I would actually necessarily make a fun game. Like no, you have to. You're like there's just a lot of the. Oh shoot, Casimir rated. I just saw that. Hey Kaz, what's going on? I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you've been doing well. So again, though, that's the thing is if I made a Darkstalkers game, I know. See, I'm already understanding of that, right? Like I know if I make a Darkstalkers game, I'm targeting a specific audience, and it's very niche, and it probably won't sell, right? So yeah, somebody would have to have me in check to make sure the game comes out in a way that is enjoyable, et cetera, et cetera. But again, like the point being is that you gotta know what you're trying to evoke out of the game. So like when I if I ever had a chance to develop a Rival Schools game, the way that I balance the mechanics, the way that I would want the characters to play, the way that I would, tweak systems and all this stuff would not be in service necessarily of balance. It would be in service of what I want the game to evoke out of the players. Right? So like I wouldn't be like, oh, well, balance this by doing this and it makes sense. And like I would be like, well, if we balance it that way, it would work. But now this is not doing what I want it to do. Right? So even when I was making Mario Maker levels, like I would design levels in ways that I want to invoke a surprise out of somebody. The first Mario Maker level I ever made was one where you had to go through the whole entire stage, and it just felt like one of those like, oh, this is cute Mario Maker. Okay, I see what you're doing. You're trying to make it a little bit goofy. Okay, that's a funny gimmick. Then you got to the end and you found out you couldn't beat the stage until you went up, and now you had to kick a red shell and follow it the entire way back to the very beginning of the stage, and then you had to babysit the red shell all the way back to the end of the stage so it could get you to the flag. But because all of a sudden this red shell has to be babysit, every scenario that you played changes drastically. So, like, the first section was, oh, that's cute because it's really hard to make it through. Okay, cool, whatever, I made it through. But now the red shell, you have to babysit it bouncing back and forth and back and forth. So you had to go through that section back and forth and dodging everything multiple times to keep it alive. The second section was nothing but note blocks. So you bounce off of the note blocks. You're like, okay, it's tricky, and if I miss, I die. Woo! But then the second time around, the red shell actually launches itself into all the note blocks, and it's designed that it keeps the red shell alive, bouncing through all the note blocks, and you can't hit the red shell. You can't hit the note blocks at the wrong time, and the red shell can kill you. And so now you're just trying to jump all the note blocks while dodging the red shell. And then the red shell reaches the top in the last section, which was cute before. You didn't see it, but there's a whole section up at the top where the red shell hits and just launches a bunch of Podoboos, and they all fall into the ground. All of a sudden, there's Podoboos jumping everywhere. So, like, all three sections get drastically changed. You know, the first time you go through, you're like, this is cute. And then the second time around, you're like, fuck you. Like, I hate you. I hate you. Oh, man. So, yeah, that's kind of, oh, yeah, sorry, Keats. Yeah, I'm definitely, see, this is what I mean. I'm like completely off topic over here. I'm completely off topic here. So I should probably get to the right topics over here. But yeah, so this is like, that's how I want to make video games. You know, if I made a fighting game, it would be very dependent on what I'd want somebody to feel. So this is not as much about balance. This is a completely separate topic. So let's actually jump to the main topic over here. So obviously, everybody has seen the Daigo versus Mena RD matchup, and a lot of people have been saying like Daigo was winning until Mena launched the level 2. I'm not going to be analyzing the matches here, and I will say that early on that was a little bit more true. Towards the end, Daigo got better at staving off the Lightning Beast a little bit, but the problem with it is that when people see you block the Lightning Beast, you're like, oh, he survived it. Lightning Beast nullified. But a lot of people aren't really taking into account what the Lightning Beast is actually doing in the match. The craziest thing about Lightning Beast for Blanka is that he doesn't have to hit you with it for it to be strong. And on top of that, if he does hit you with it, it's way too good. It's way too strong. So let's get into this. Let's talk about what it is that makes Lightning Beast so ridiculously good. Yeah, it's not even necessarily the mental damage either, Dan FNP. So let's, oops, that's not what I'm trying to do. Boy, I haven't done this in a long time. What am I doing here? I am trying to do, oh, this is what I'm trying to do? This, like this? That's not working. Boy, I haven't done this in a while. How did I do this? This is the one. All right, here we go. So what I want to do is turn that on. Oh no, whoa, that's my kitchen. Okay, let's do this. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Okay, so I have this. Let me move it over here so I'm more centered. There we go. Let's do this because I'm fat as hell right now and I hate it. And then I want to also do this. There we go. All right, and then what I can also do is this. Let me know how the volume of the game is. Is it too loud or is it good? It's actually really quiet, isn't it? I mean, if I do this, can you guys hear the game at all, or is the game not there? There is no game volume. Oh my god, voice meter. Why are you not doing anything? Voice meter. Oh, okay. What I want out of this one, this is outputting to B1. So I want to get this into B1 here, like so. There we go. All right. How is the volume here? Is the game volume messed up? I mean, is the game sound messed up? Let me do something really quick. Oh. Let me lower the volume. How's this now? How's this now? How is the volume in comparison? Actually, what I want, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, cool. All right, so let's talk about Lightning Beast, shall we? And what it is that makes this move so strong. Oh, you're right, hat. Whoops. I saw someone else type hat and I didn't know what that meant. Now I understand. Now I understand. Okay, okay. Yeah, that was you. Okay, yeah. I saw that and I was like, I don't know what hat means. I don't know what hat means, but let's just move on. Let's actually just do this really quick because this just makes us easier to actually do this here. So obviously, what is the Lightning Beast, right? The Lightning Beast is his level 2. Once you activate it, you gain access to the ability to chain Blanca balls together with 3 direction changes total. Right, so you activate like this, and remember, level 2s can be activated off of OD moves, right? So if I do an OD electricity, if I do an OD Blanca ball, I can activate it. If I do, actually, I don't think OD up ball will work because obviously that's a DP and he's airborne. But then you get yourself access to 3 direction changes. So I can do one. Whoops. Let's see here. Like 1 change right there. So I can do 1, 2, 3. So I can do 3 direction changes with the lightning. Oh. Oh, right. Nope. Yep. Yeah. Okay. All right. Microphone's in the wrong position. I have to move the microphone. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. All right, how does this sound now? If I talk like this, is it bad? I probably should move it close. I should probably... Well, the problem with this is, are you going to hear the buttons really loud this way if I do this? Because if the microphone is sitting on that, that might actually be too loud. Oh, it's not bad, huh? Oh, okay. Cool. All right. Sick. Wow. These. Hey, look. Elgato. Elgato. All right. Hey, hang on. I gotta do this. This is the Elgato Wave 3 microphone. This was gifted to me by Elgato because my previous microphone was dying on me, and so I asked them if I could get a new one, and they gifted this to me. So shout outs to Elgato. They make all sorts of cool things. My microphone stand, which I don't use anymore, is also Elgato. Why can't I remember the name of what these things are? What's the name of the screen? The teleprompter. The teleprompter is by Elgato that I have here. My Stream Deck is by Elgato. All of these things gifted to me by Elgato. So I really appreciate it. Definitely check out their stuff and let them know that James Chen sent you if you need any cool peripherals and stuff like that. So shout outs to Elgato, and apparently I guess the rubber bottom on this is really good, so the stand doesn't absorb a lot of the sound like my old microphones and stuff like that. I mean, this microphone's gotten rubbed by Nathan a lot too, so he will. If he wants to, he will definitely purr and rub himself on that microphone. But let's talk about why Blanka's so good. So again, the Lightning Beast, you know, as we know, can be activated off of level ODs and stuff. However, it lets you also change directions 3 total times, right? 1, 2, 3, like that. So this is the initial attack, and then from there, 1, 2, 3, for example, right? So that's 3 different direction changes, right? This also works off of up ball like this, right? So I can do, right? So I can do that. I can also do this off of air ball, right? So there you go. 3 different direction changes afterwards. So basically what this does is, can you even, oops, I always get those backwards. Yeah, you can do it off of that too, so. Wonderful. Yep, there you go. So, you can change the directions 3 times. So, the reason why, since season 1, I have said that Blanka is so strong is because of this Lightning Beast. And it's because of the ability for you to change directions. But obviously, like, that's not all that makes it good. What makes Lightning Beast so strong is that, I'm gonna use a word that might not make sense, but stick with me for a second. The reason why it's so strong is because the Lightning Beast is a malleable tool. In other words, there is no rigidity to this move at all, right? Because I can do this, but I can also do this. Right? I can also do, like, just the window at which you are able to do the follow-up is exactly what makes this so strong. Look at my frame meter for a second. If I do it as fast as possible, you'll see that it says 13 frames right here. I waited, so now there are 33 frames in there. This is a 20, that is an over 20 frame difference at which I can do this. And the reason why this is so strong is it makes it so that you cannot have a fixed reaction to this. Let's talk about countermeasures to the Lightning Beast. First of all, if you want to stop if you ever want to fight the Lightning Beast, and keep in mind that all the follow-ups, it doesn't matter what button you press, they're all going to behave the same, right? In Street Fighter V, when he activated V-Trigger, like, it made a difference, like, if he hit you with the heavy ball into this, or if he hit you with the light ball into this. In this game, it's not as complicated. As far as I can tell, like, every Blanka ball into the follow-up is going to be the same, so Blanka's okay with doing medium Blanka balls. and then following up, because that's the only one that's a true block string. Because if you see, if I do the heavy one, there's a gap. So Blankas generally do not want to do a heavy cancel, a heavy Blanka ball on cancel. They want to do the medium one because it goes a true block string. Now, here's the thing. If he bounces off this, if he comes down like this, like so, you notice, look at the frame meter. There is no gap in here. This is a true block string. You can't do anything about this. You're just gonna block this, and Blanka is gonna be able to do some good chip damage to you. And this is one of the things that makes this so good. So if I go for that pattern right there, right? So like if I do this, if I do diagonally down forward twice, I'm +7 here, right? So, which is fine, but you know, like the nice thing about it is that if I want to do a move when I land, there's gonna be a gap. So you see where it says 58 right there. So you can actually, you know, there's a way to punish this, right? So in other words, if I tried to do this block string to you, right? If I try to do that to you, if you actually just try to do an OG Shoryuken here, you'll win in that situation. So that's a good thing to do, right? But the problem with this is obviously Blanka could just do nothing and you die, right? But also Blanka can do stuff like this, right? Like all of a sudden, like there's different sequences that I can do. And if I do this right, it is a true block string. Okay, I'm not getting this here. But you can make it a true block string, right? Oh yeah, see, I was +8 right there. Okay, the one time I was +8, I didn't get the stand medium kick out. So you can make it a true block string, and if I actually turn this into maximum here, and I just have him block like this, so what you'll notice here too, this is the other thing that makes Lightning Beast so strong that a lot of people don't talk about. Because Lightning Beast is a level 2, you're gonna have access to it a lot more than level 3s, etc., etc. But level 2s can be done a lot. If you watch a lot of matches with Blanka, Blanka very, very rarely suffers from burnout. He almost never gets burnout, and a lot of times when he does burn out, it's okay. Why? Because of Lightning Beast. So I don't even have to hit you with Lightning Beast. Oops. Look at that. I've tied up the drive gauge. He was at 6, I'm at 2. And now we're both at 4. Right? We're both at 4. I'll get there, Grackle. I haven't gotten there yet, but you are right. That was something I was going to talk about in a second. So that is one of the things that makes this so strong. And then also, if I am burnt out, like let's say I activate it when I'm at 1 like this, right? Right? I am already halfway recovered here. Now, the nice thing about it is that I don't have to do that route, because if you think I'm gonna do that route, I can just do stuff like, you know, and then find another chance, and I can stave off burnout. I can stave off burnout, and I can recover a lot of health in burnout very easily. And so Blanka gets to avoid one of the biggest factors of the game, right? So a lot of times when you watch Mena and Daigo fight, you know, every time Blanka would get near to burnout, or when he did get burnout, you always hear the commentators like, he's just gonna activate Lightning Beast. He's gonna, yeah, you gotta activate Lightning Beast. You gotta activate Lightning Beast, right? And what's crazy about this is that I can stave off the burnout and I get like one of the most ridiculous mix-up tools in existence. Lightning Beast is ridiculous, but also for a reason that's not Lightning Beast, but I'll get to that in just a second. What if the opponent uses the drive parry to defend against Lightning Beast? Would you be donating a lot of drive gauge for the opponent to punish you with? Yeah, but watch this. I can choose to do the Lightning Beast straight down. And if I do that, it doesn't hit. And I'm only -1 in this situation, right? Like, this is crazy. This is crazy, right? Like, and then, you know, let's talk about number one thing. If you want to defend against the Lightning Beast, okay? As Grackle mentioned in the chat, you want to be crouching. So if you block a Blanka Ball, oh, let me go back to infinite here just so I can show you guys easier. If you block the Blanka Ball, crouch, because that automatically turns it so that the follow-up has a gap. There's a gap in there now, right? See that? So now what you can do is you can perfect parry. So if I actually set the opponent on block to perfect parry, so let's do this, and because it's only that much of a gap, it'll work. Oh wait, no, I guess I gotta delay it. Let's see, delay it 1 frame should work. Oh wait, oh, is it because he's crouching? The computer's gonna try to crouch block it every time. How am I gonna set him to not do that? I actually don't know what I can do to set that, because technically he's perfect parrying it by doing it while crouching. Unfortunately, what I could do is this. Let's do this, and then all I have to do is. All right, let's see if that works. Okay. Oh God, that makes him stand up too early. Shit. All right, you know what? I'll just have to demo it for you. Because I'm actually not sure of a good way to do this right now. So in other words, if I do this, like so, right? What you do is low block it, and then you stand up and parry. Oops. Ironically, I was doing this easier on my Nintendo Switch. I am standing up, aren't I? Oh no, okay. I wasn't letting go of down fast enough, I'm pretty sure. There it is, there it is. Yeah, there you go. So now you can punish him, right? So crouch blocking that initial part is very important. Obviously, however, you can tell, this still takes some practice, right? You still have to have some practice, and it still requires a 2-frame window perfect timing to actually successfully do that, right? Now, the problem is, like I said, because this goddamn beast, this Lightning Beast is so malleable, what you actually see a lot of Blankas do is this, right? This is such a, oh yeah, if you perfect parry it, you can back throw it, you can do whatever you want to it. But the problem is that, right? Like, whee! And so like now, you're scared. You don't know what to do, right? Like, what do you do? Do you try to parry this, or, you know? But here's the beautiful part: if you bait that out, right? If you actually bait that out from Blanka, watch this. Blanka's -9. He's so punishable in this situation. You can just blow him up with anything that you want. So let's just say I decide to blow him up with like crouching medium punch, right? Where are we? There we go. Right? So if I just do this, like, you get a counter hit on him. You've got the whole thing, which works great, but like, I don't have to do it there, right? Like, I don't have to do it at all. I can just do nothing. But the hardest part is that you cannot, you know, like, you can't necessarily react to this and this at the same time, right? So you're like, all right, sick. Well, you know what? I've got a lot of cool ideas. So what I'm just gonna do is I am gonna go ahead and stay standing, and I'm gonna option select this, because if he decides to do the follow-up like this, I will just press the button at a timing late enough so that if he does that, I block the whole thing, and if he does that, I get to hit him, right? It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Like, you're like, okay, I've got the option select. Again, this move is malleable. I don't have to do the diagonal dive right away. I don't have to do. So now your option select doesn't even work. I can change the timing of this thing anytime I want to. I can even do something like, you know, like this. Like, I just punish countered him. Oh, you actually tried to whiff punish this? Pow! I just whiff punished you with that, right? So you're like, okay, well, you know what? I will crouch, and I'm gonna mash out an OD Shoryuken, okay? Because that way, if he does the straight down, I hit him, and because there's a gap, I should be able to DP him in between, right? The Lightning Beast gets behind you so that the DPs can't hit. And then, whoops. What did I do? I forgot. Like, I had some, like, crazy sequence here. Yeah, again, because it's so malleable, like, if I hit with this, I'm plus 64. I just made myself plus 64, right? And this is important because this super is so malleable. I can do whatever the F I want with this, right? So if it's not activated, and I hit you with this, whoops. Let me also do this. I'm plus 60 because they let me go in every direction and I can go at any timing I want. It just so happens this one is all as fast as possible, but I'm plus 60 here again, right? So like, what are you supposed to do to this Lightning Beast here, right? Whoops, I'm not activated yet. Oh, by the way, in case you guys don't know, when Lightning Beast is activated, if you cancel into a special move, you no longer need charge. Okay? So watch me walk forward into Blanka Ball, right? I can do this in the up ball, right? So while you're in Lightning Beast, if a move is cancelable, if they block it, you just do the back forward and it comes out. So I don't even have to have charge anymore to be able to get something like this. Now, if you're standing here like this, yes, you need charge. Yes, you need charge. But if I'm canceling into it, I don't need charge at all anymore. I can just do it anytime I want. And then I hit with this, and then I do this, and now I'm plus 66, right? So, again, how do you fight this? The problem is that he has such an advantage. And the reason why Lightning Beast is so strong is because if I guess wrong with Blanka, like let's say I'm going to guess you're gonna try to, option select the thing, so I purposely delay that, right? Like let's say I guess that you're gonna try to go for this crouching medium punch, so I purposely delay that to hit you, whatever like that. And let's say as the Akuma player, you didn't do that. Like, oh no, I'm plus 7 for guessing wrong. Oh, yeah, sure you could beat me up, but you're so scared that I'm gonna do this that you're not gonna do anything. So if I do this, even though I'm minus 24, you're not gonna be able to react fast enough to punish this at this range. And so if I'm Blanka and I do this, oh no, I used up one entire chunk of my Lightning Beast and I still have 80% of it. Oh darn, I guessed wrong. It is so hard to punish Blanka for an incorrect guess on the Lightning Beast. And even when he does it, he's plus 7. I guessed wrong here, and I'm plus 7. And I'm plus 7, okay? And here's the crazy thing. Yeah, I haven't talked about that yet, Fish Tacos. I haven't even talked about it yet, Fish Tacos. But I'm getting there. So here's the crazy thing, right? Like, let's take a look at Akuma here, right? Let's actually take an Akuma here. Like, let's just do a simple crouch heavy punch into this. Whoops. Right? And then let's actually just do into level 2. All right? Let's do this into level 2 here. That's 4,120 damage for Akuma, okay? In general, normal canceled into OD, canceled into level 2, gets you about 4,000 damage, depending on the character, obviously. Some will have much lower damage than others. Now, let me show you Blanka here, right? Whoops, what was the combo? That's 3,280 damage. Okay, so it's 1,000 less, right? You're 1,000 less, and you're like, well, see, it's weaker than the other level 2s, right? But watch this. I still have more. So, like, I can pack on more damage with that level 2, right? Like, I have more Lightning Beast to use. So, I'm doing 3,200, which is over 75% of the damage that everybody else is doing with their level 2s, and I have some stuff left over. But that's not what makes it good. What makes it good is that Blanka-chan is 50 frames of startup. If I can do a combo that leaves me over plus 50, like 55 here, or if I do whoops. 10. I'm plus 10. I'm plus 10 in this situation. I can land a meaty anything. This is gonna be a meaty, which is plus on block, by the way. So I can land this as a meaty, and I can just do this into electricity, and Blanka-chan is still there. Blanka-chan, I will activate Blanka-chan, and if I have Blanka-chan here, now I can hop behind you and like hit you from behind because Blanka's the only character that has a free side switch in the corner for no goddamn reason. You know, I can activate a Blanka-chan by doing this, right? Like if I can actually, oh, I have to do the light one, I think, right? Yeah, there you go. Because, oh, that doesn't hit it. Well, I can do the regular, okay, so if it's in the corner, I could have sworn there was a way to bounce the Blanka-chan a little further out. Maybe not. Regardless, like, you have the Blanka-chan, and the Blanka-chan mix-up is the scariest mix-up, I think, in the entire game, right? Blanka-chan being here like this is the scariest mix-up in the game. It's the most powerful mix-up in the game. Because once Blanka-chan is activated, you don't know what to do. He can activate it different ways. It turns around. It auto-corrects. Why does it auto-correct? Right? Like if I send it out like this, oops, if I send it out like this, and I electrocute it like this, during the time that it is actually, oops, so if I do, why are you jumping? Stop. So if I play this, he'll jump. Okay, yeah. So if I do something like this, and I do, it turns around. Blanka-chan turns around. Why is it turning around? Keep in mind that it used to not go away when you hit Blanka. They nerfed that this season because it was too strong. That before, when you hit Blanka, Blanka-chan kept going and was a combo breaker, right? It literally was a combo breaker. By the way, combo breaker this weekend, definitely watch that. This is the most powerful mix-up in the game. And guess what? Guess what, guys? Guess what? He gets 3 of them around. Guess what, guys? Hey, guess what? It refills for him automatically every round. He gets 3 Blanka-chans at the start of every round. Every round. Kimberly only gets 2 cans, has to reload even when rounds change. Jamie's drink goes away. Lily's stocks go away. Blanka refills to 3 Blanka-chans every round. And this is like, okay, well, this is Blanka-chan. It's not Lightning Beast, right? Like, so you're talking about why Lightning Beast is broken. Well, the problem is that anytime he hits you with any mix-up, whoops. He gets a Blanka-chan mix-up. So I not only have more of my Lightning Beast left, but I always get a Blanka-chan setup. And like I said, the crazy thing about it, because the move is malleable, because the timings can be changed, you can find a route that gives you over plus 50 off of like every hit. Every hit, there's a way to do it. Like I said, when I showed you the frame trap thing, if you're standing, right? Like if you block all like this, and he's like, I'm gonna crouching medium punch so that if, like if I do infinite here, just to show you guys right now, like, oh, I'm not gonna crouching medium punch unless he goes straight down. Look at that, see, option select, ooh. But if I just delay it a little bit, I hit you like this, right? Whoops, oops. I'm plus 59. I'm plus 59, and I use less of the meter because I only changed direction twice. So I have more Blanka-chan. You know, sure, it's only 1900 damage, but now I put you in the scariest mix-up in the game. The reason why this move is so good, and one of the reasons why I have always described Blanka as being one of the best characters, is because of the fact that this is so malleable here. Like, I can do anything, right? Like, if I wanted to... See? Like, I got hit last time, and you're like, oh, that's good, right? Like... Dude, what the hell is even happening here? The malleable nature of this move means it is one of the few things in Street Fighter 6 that has near infinite labbing potential. It has near infinite labbing potential, whereas most things in Street Fighter 6 are very rote that you can only do so much. Like Ken, he can delay his Jinrai, right? You can delay his Jinrai. That's a malleable move. But remember, like, they nerfed Ken's Jinrai so that on counter hit, you don't get a combo off of it anymore. They nerfed Ken's Jinrai, right? So, like, you could be like, okay, well, I have Akuma doing the crouching medium punch here. So if I do something like this, whoops, let's do 2 blocks here on this instead, like so. So if Ken does this, like, oh, okay, I get counter hit by that if I do it too fast. Let me delay my crouching medium punch by like 5 frames. I think this is enough. Okay, now I block, right? And if Ken does an overhead, yeah, cool. Like, I actually option select, right? This is awesome. All right, I'm not scared of Ken's Jinrai anymore. Well, the problem is that his light kick follow-up is malleable, right? So if I delay it long enough, Jesus. Okay, maybe you can't delay it long enough. Wow, okay, so 5 frames I got just happened to be like the magic number here. Because it looks like it's about like 2 frames here. So in other words, if you option selected it to like 3 frames here, maybe I might be able to hit you. Yeah, see, like that, right? But I guess if you don't do anything, whoops. What's the longest I can delay it for is the question. Oh, you know what? It's gonna be dependent on how long the move lasts, because it ends at 24. Yeah, and you can't even do it that late. Interesting. So yeah, there is a timing that you can option select this. So even the example of somebody else's malleable move I wanted to show you isn't malleable enough. Which just proves again that Blanka's Lightning Beast is so strong, because you have like a 20 some odd, as long as like there's about a 20 some odd window that you can do. It's crazy. Parry back is not necessarily the best choice to fight this, because if the opponent knows that you're going to parry, so let's just actually have him do drive parry here, like so, and let's get rid of the delay here. So in other words, if I do something like, actually for the Jinrai, you want to do low parry, actually. So you would want to do low parry there, right? And so yeah, if you did that, like, you get this situation. The problem is that Ken can do that, right? That is what Ken can do. He can beat that just by not doing a follow-up. But that's Ken. That's Ken. We're talking about Blanka here. So again, the thing about Blanka's Lightning Beast is, like I said, this thing has near infinite labbing potential. Like, the stuff that you can do with this is ridiculous, right? Because, like, I don't even have to do anything, right? Like, I just go over here, and remember when I showed you this sequence right here, which is like, you know, kind of a, like, you can make it a true block string? Ugh. Hard, but you can. Right, so it's +7, so I can't make it a true block string, but you can make it a true block string, but it's very hard, right? Like, so like, let's say you're fighting Blanka and you're like, oh crap, true block string. And then I can do that, right? Because when Blanka does the downward thing, he has 9 frames of recovery when he lands, right? Like that, like 9 frames of recovery. But if you do it like in that sequence there, look at that. Like, I'm only -6, right? So if you think like, oh, here comes Blanka, he's just gonna drain my drive gauge, and then instead I do, and then I throw you out of nowhere. Like, Blanka can literally just be like I showed you earlier, like this, right? Like, and he's +2. Like, if you do the crouching thing, he's +2. If you're standing, he ends up -2, so that's better. But if you decide to do the crouching thing so that you can try to punish in between or perfect parry, I can do this, and I'm +2. Which even means if you mash on your 4 frame, I beat you. And this is what I need. This move has too many options. Like, that's just not cool. Like, why can it do stuff like this? Look, I'm +2. I'm making this shit up right now. I'm +5. Right? Like, you're scared and you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna DP then, right? So then I do that and now you miss, right? So I showed you what happens if you try to DP, and trust me, I've tested this with every character. Every ODDP dies to this. Every single one of them. Because by the time Blanka by the time you get your DP started, he gets behind you and you can't hit with an ODDP when people are behind you anymore. So there is not a single ODDP, not even parry, that goes straight up because he moves just far enough forward that it doesn't work. Well, those are supers. I was like, what the hell am I looking at here? Okay. Whoops, wrong one. Oh, I didn't turn it on. Okay. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, what? I didn't set it. I have to hit A. See? Mine's level 1 will work. Mine's level 1 will work. So a lot of times I was like, okay, well then that's not a problem, because as long as you're invincible in the air on frame 1, as long as you're invincible to airborne attacks on frame 1, you should be okay. So why don't I just do a light DP instead, right? Hey, look at that. That's awesome, right? Cool. I've got a solution for this. And then Blanka decides to do this, right? Like, your victory here is 1320 damage, slight Oki. Like, Blanka's victory here, I'm +25 in this situation. Like, you're dead, right? So, okay, let's try medium Shoryuken here, right? Okay, that works. All right, let's try heavy. Oh, I didn't even get to the medium because I forgot to hit the right button. Sorry. Oh, look at that. Medium now moves too far, so that other problem happens. Yoink. So the only one that works is the light one. I hate that you have to hit accept. You can't just back out. So the light one works, but now I can, if I know you're gonna do that, I can murder you. So again, even if I'm right and I hit you with this, Blanka is not suffering. So again, when Lightning Beast is activated, Blanka kinda has free reign to do what he wants, because when he guesses wrong, he doesn't die. It takes a tremendously hard read to be able to kill Blanka for doing something like this. Whoops. Oh, it's on count 3. Okay. Like that, right? But obviously you can get some good damage off of that. But if I do that, then I get this big old damage and I get a Blanka chance set up. You're too scared because you don't know when that Blanka ball is coming at you. There is no indication, and it's so fast. Like the startup, look at the screen. It says startup is 3 frames. So, like, he's gonna beat you. Like, if he wants to frame trap you, like, what do I have him do right now? Let's do crouching medium. Let's do crouching light punch. That's a 4-frame button, right? Like if I just do that, that's a standard frame trap. Even if I increase it to the count of 2, like this. Well, no, actually, I want to increase it to the count of 3. So if I do this, right, I can still, whoops. Okay, maybe in this situation, I can't necessarily, but I can frame trap you there. Like, I can frame trap you that way. So I might not be able to so I can technically frame trap you if I'm willing to change directions more times, right? So I can do like, right? Like, look, I'm making up like 700 different ways to do this, right? And again, like, a lot of this stuff works mid-screen too, right? Like what is that? Like I said, it's like limitless, right? And look! Whoops, I didn't mean to hit him that time. I'm -2! I'm -2! I can't even be punished for that. I can't even get punished for that. So this is the reason why this move is so strong and why he doesn't have to hit you with the mix-up for Lightning Beast to be effective. So even though towards the end, yeah, Daigo was blocking a lot of these crazy mix-ups, but it swings the drive gauge momentum a lot, and it swings the match momentum a lot. Every cancelable button into OD Electricity is practically, okay, actually, no. Ooh, that's important, actually. That's not a true block string. But, I mean, like, some people may try to parry in between there, but all the medium buttons here, whoops, that doesn't hit. Yeah, there you go, now I can do it. But all the medium buttons into it, like this, are true block strings, right? So, like, at any point in time that I'm losing drive gauge and I'm scared, like, as long as I just, like, hit you like this, party has started at this point. And so now, Blanka gets to stave off this burnout fear or just ice the opponent. Like, let's say the opponent gets, like, some crazy sequence and then I get one poke into level 2 into activate, I can kind of ice the momentum of the opponent. And even if you just sit here and block this all day, you know, like, let's turn off this. Like, if you're just scared and Blanka does this, like, let's say, right? You're cornered now, right? Like, if I start over here, like, there's gaps that you can obviously fight him with, but, like, he gets himself out of the corner. If he's, you know, even just, like, right here. Oh, God. Why can't I do it backwards? I keep hitting forward instead of back. Instead of neutral. Right? So now I have you in the corner. So it doesn't... Lightning Beast doesn't have to hit you to be really good. And again, it's a level 2. Right? So characters can often get 4 meters. In fact, almost very likely, if you're fighting well, you get 4 meters during the course of the game. So you get 2 Lightning Beasts. Remember in that Daigo Mena match, Daigo won, I think, like 14 or 15 of the first rounds. And that's when Blanka has no meter. So when Blanka doesn't have the Lightning Beast, he is a little bit more vulnerable because in round 1, he has to worry about things like burnout. He has to worry about momentum and screen positioning and stuff. But as soon as Blanka gets meter, Blanka's ability to turn a match around. And again, the craziest thing about this is that I can use this to stave off burnout, whatever, but if I happen to hit you, like if I just walked around and caught you by surprise like this, now I get like 3,000 damage and I get a Blanka-chan setup. So like there's this tool that like is a momentum shifter that if I happen to hit you, I can get like 1,000 to like 3,000 damage and then set you up in like the scariest mix-up in the game with Blanka-chan. Like, there's literally no downside to Lightning Beast. This is why this move is so good. Like, people will see it on the surface level, oh, it's good because of this, but knowing that I can change the direction at any time, knowing that that basically gives me infinite labbing situation. +3. I'm plus. Oh, you blocked my cool mix-up? Whoops. Oh, you blocked my cool mix-up frame trap? I'm +4 now. So, you know, good job blocking it. I'm plus now. Like, this is what makes this move so strong. Is because it is not a rote move. Even, like, just imagine, like, as soon as I say this, all of you are gonna be like, oh my god, like, please, please. What if JP could alter the timing of the ghost from Lavushka? Like, Lavushka's scary, but it's a fixed timing. What if JP could control the timing of all 4 ghosts and he could delay some of them? What if he could do that? Like, then you're just like, nope, I'm not playing this game anymore, right? Like, it's crazy. And so when you have something as malleable as Blanka's Lightning Beast, this is why this move is so strong. And when you guess wrong, you are not very punishable. The best punish you're gonna get is that read right there and you get to hurt him. But like I said, if I programmed the Blanka to do this and frame trap me or do this and drop straight down, like, the thing about it is, like, I could find an option select timing on that to be able to blow up, you know, both of them, but that's only because I know that the training mode dummy has a specific time to do this. If I actually do this, or I actually do this, or I actually do this, or I actually do this, now it's like impossible to punish this. Because you're so damn scared, because like you can even try to walk forward and then, you know, he's just gonna like pow and hit you all of a sudden. Like, you can't commit to punishing that, because can you react to that fast enough? Like I said, like, you have to see him go straight down, and if you look at 7 plus 9, that's 16 frames, right? 16 frames is a very difficult move to single hit confirm. Only the best players can single hit confirm stuff, you know, like, you don't know if he's gonna go down. See, 6 plus 9 right there. Or plus 3, I should add, because there's a 3-frame startup to that. So that's 19 frames? You have 19 frames to react to this, to try to beat it up, right? Like, is that real? Like, or I can do it that way, you know, like, it's not real. It's not a real thing to blow it up. In practice, yes, you can blow that up, but now, like, that's a 1-frame gap. That's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frame gap. That is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 frame gap or so. That is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, like a 22 frame gap maybe? I can make the gap however long I damn well please, because of how malleable this move is. And as a result, this is why Mena comes into a tournament and has a new Blanka setup every time. Because, as I said, this move has near infinite labbing potential. Not really. Like, there are going to be just so much you can do with it. But compared to everything else in the game, like, whereas most other games you have the option of like 3 mix-ups, Blanka having at max like 40 mix-ups out of this is pretty damn good. And again, if he's wrong on the mix-up, he's either plus, or he's safe, or you're too scared to punish him. So the reason why Blanka's Lightning Beast is so strong is because he can shift the momentum so drastically in a match and do it in a way that there is almost no downside to it. It's so hard to punish Blanka for going into Lightning Beast. It is almost impossible. You'll see the people get the perfect parries and then they back throw him into the corner, or they DP him out of the air and stuff. What you don't see is Blanka going for a Lightning Beast mix-up and the opponent hitting them, drive rush cancel, hit them, drive rush cancel into level 3, and Blanka dies. Like, you never see that. If you perfect parry the Blanka ball, sure, you can do that. If he has less than 4,000 health, less than 3,000 health, you can maybe kill him because the perfect parry scaling. But this is my point, is that you can do this. You will almost never die from activating Lightning Beast, and it's a level 2. So you can get 3 of them in a game. You can legit get 3 of these in a game. So you don't have to get hit by this move for it to be strong. So those times where you saw Daigo like block, 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 you're like, whoa, look at those blocks. Like, Mena was plus, and he's shifted the drive gauge amounts completely, right? Now, this is one of the main reasons why I think he's one of the best characters, on top of the fact that he gets Blanka-chan back every round. On top of the fact that Blanka-chan sits there forever, and so you're scared, and when he throws you, the threat doesn't go away. I still activated it. What was that, 4 throws? Like, if I throw out Blanca-chan and I throw you, like, you actually have to be scared of Blanca-chan if I throw you again.
Switch the cameras.
Oh, yeah, sorry, thank you. Appreciate it, quick man. So yeah, if I drop Blanca-chan and I throw you because you're scared of Blanca-chan, and I throw you again because you're scared of Blanca-chan, and I throw you again because you're scared of Blanca-chan, and I throw you again because you're so scared of Blanca-chan, I still activate it. It's still there. Like, that threat is literally still there, right? And then, like I said, he's got one of the only things here. Blanca is literally the only character who can threaten with a second throw after a forward throw, right? So if I do this right, I'm +3. It said +1, that's bad timing. +3. I'm +3. I can't throw you from this range, but you have to be worried. So like if I wake up with a crouch light punch, like so. Whoops, I just hopped too slow. There we go. I can beat you with that. I can also do trade, and guess what? I'm +17, right? I'm +7. Blanca's one of the only characters who can threaten you mid-screen with a pseudo throw loop. Nobody else can do this without Drive Rush. Everybody else has to at least Drive Rush. Not Blanca. Not Blanca. And of course, you know, there is the ever so awesome, you know, Drive Rush OS tech here, right? Of which Blanca is the only character who can bait it. Blanca is the only character who can bait this. Right? And if I do nothing, I'm -26. Are you punishing me? I don't think so. Like, I don't think so, right? Now, if I go this way, you can punish me. That direction is punishable. But if I just do this, like, if you do the Drive Rush OS tech, I get to kill you, right? If I make you block while I'm in the corner over here, I get out of the corner, right? Like, if I Drive Rush here, like, something like this, right? Yeah, you can punish me if you're fast enough and stuff, but he's got ways out of the corner, especially if I do standing heavy, like Drive Rush, standing heavy punch, like this. I can get out of the corner, I'm -3. Like, I don't understand how anybody does not have this character in top 3. Okay, what are his main weaknesses? His main weaknesses are that his medium buttons are all extremely slow. 10 frames, 9 frames, 8 frames, 8 frames, 9 frames, 20 frames, right? So 9 frames here. He doesn't have a medium that's faster than 8 frames. And that's bad because on light, counter hit, +7 is the best that he gets. So if I ever hit you with this counter hit like this, I don't get a medium link. The best I can do, if I'm close enough, is try to hit you with something like that, right? Whoops. Like that, right? I can try to do that. Standing heavy kick also works if you're close enough, like so. But standing heavy kick cannot be canceled into anything, right? So this is one of his biggest weaknesses, that he doesn't have a 7-frame medium button, right? Which is really bad for neutral, but he makes up for it, you know, because he has moves like this, which reach really far. This move hits really far. This move hits really far. So it's hard to, like, even though he has slower medium buttons, harder to take advantage of that in neutral when fighting against Blanca. But it is still a weakness. It's for sure a weakness of his. Another weakness that he has, is that he's a charge character. So in other words, if I am not actually, if I am not charged, I have to hold that, right? Like if I block this, I have to hold that. I can't. Oh my God, I can charge in time? No. Okay. It depends on the timing. But Jesus Christ, that was fast. When I did that one time? Okay, yeah, all right. So you can do it if you charge even just a little bit, but if you block last second, you can't get that. So yeah, he's a charge character. There's a weakness of that. Yeah, he has an overhead. He has an overhead, and he can do drive rush overhead, which leads to +7, which he can combo off of. But again, he can't combo into any mediums. So that's nice. The other thing that's really good about it is that it is a 2-hit overhead. I mean, a weakness that he has though is that it's a 2-hit overhead. So if I hit you meaty with it, like on the last frame, because the last frame is the second hit, I don't get any extra frame advantage. So Blanka can't ever hit you with a meaty overhead and get a combo off of it because the last hit always hits. The last active frame always hits, and it's +3. So no matter what, if I do this and get an overhead, I don't get anything better than +3. So that's another weakness. Very small weakness there, not a huge weakness for Blanka. But you know, he has an ODDP. He has this move, which by the way, like, has way too much range, right? Like, this move shouldn't have as much range as it does. But this is the anti-whiff punish button. You see a lot of Blankas do this at this range, because if Blankas try to hit you with something like this, or like this, you can whiff punish it. But if he does this instead and you press a button, you get hit because it's got that second hit. And this is why you see a lot of people get counter hit by this move in tournaments against Blanka. Like, watch Mena play. He'll play footsies with people and he'll swing buttons, and you see people try to whiff punish him, and then he throws this out. They press a button, they get counter hit, and then when you're counter hit, he's +8. So +8 is that right there. So I can combo into medium off of that. Right? So like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know why people don't think this character is top 3. I really don't understand it. I am actually actively baffled by anybody saying that this character is not top tier. Yeah, and of course, he's got a free anti-projectile tool that you have to be worried about. Like, what is he missing exactly? What is he missing? The other maybe is that this move, which is plus on block, doesn't hit crouchers, you know. Maybe that's something, but like, that move is -2. See, that's his plus move. It only hits crouchers up close. So after you block it, he can't hit you with another one if you crouch like that. So that's not bad. But like, this character is ridiculous, dude. And OD Lightning is +4. Like, why is this +4? This move bothers me in particular. Ow, Nathan, ow. Claws on the leg. This move bothers me in particular because I can't tell the difference between OD and regular. I can't. Not in the middle of a combat, because again, my visual interpretation brain is bad. They look exactly the same to me. Yeah, the OD one has a little bit more sparky spark But I'm not gonna see that in the middle of a match. So every time I block the electricity, I don't know if it's OD or not. And I just have to be like, shit, which is really, really annoying. This is his anti-air, by the way, which is 9 frames startup. I mean, which is 9 active frames, right? So, right? So this is like it's kind of silly. And it's really good. And also, it is one of the only good anti-air buttons that knocks down on counter hit for some unknown reason. Why does he get that? Well, Cammy's back heavy kick knocks down no matter what. No matter what. But there are not many normals that knock down on counter hit. Even on punish counter, most of them don't knock down. Most of the time you see the knockdown, it's because of the force knockdown situation that some moves just have. That if you hit them out of this move, it's always a knockdown. But for the most part, for most characters, if you actually counter hit somebody, they land on their feet. Now Kimberly is okay with this because she gets the left-right mix-up, but she doesn't get the knockdown. Like, she doesn't get the knockdown, Luke, right? Let's do Luke. I don't get a knockdown. Let's do Lily, right? Like, actually, I think Lily might get the knockdown. She does get the knockdown. So that's another reason why Lily's crouching heavy punch is so good. So yeah, so she gets the knockdown. Like, I hit him off the ground, it looked like there. Okay, so she gets the knockdown off of counter hit. That's nice. So Aki gets one too. Let's see who else here. Elena? No, she definitely doesn't. Like, she doesn't get anything off of this. Like, her anti-air is good, but it's a 1 hit out of 2. So it's like 480 damage and you just end up kind of sad. Cammy's crouching heavy punch, I guess, is a good anti-air, right? Yeah. Doesn't get the knockdown here. Like, yeah, like you said, back heavy kick can work here and does get knocked down. So that's pretty good too. But also, Cammy's back heavy kick doesn't work as well as an anti-air. And if you do it too late, you're just going to get kind of murdered that way. Again, like, this is the 9-frame startup. Blanca's is a 7-frame startup, by the way. Who else here? Does Bison get a knockdown? I think he does, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. He gets a knockdown on counter hit. Okay. But he doesn't get anything off of this, right? Because that's the other crazy thing. Like, okay, I hit you with that, but like... Okay, that's kind of neat. Can I not cancel into that? Why can't I cancel into that? There we go. Ah, it doesn't hit. What else can I do? Let's see. Okay, that's cool. I can do that. But like I said, most of these things don't knock you down on counter hit. Most characters don't have it. But Blanca's not only knocks you down, 7-frame startup, so like, I'm doing that pretty damn late, dude. And I'm hitting you. Like so, and even when I hit you, oops, and on trades too, by the way. Like, why do I get stuff like this, right? Oops. Oh, I think it has to be the OD Blanca ball there. Oh, I think is it up ball? Is it up ball? Yeah, there it is. The up ball. So like I did a fourth of your damage. I just did a fourth of your health for anti-airing you normally, and I just spent like no resources at all whatsoever, right? Oops. Like he doesn't just have an anti-air, like he has an anti-air. Like I just drained 4,700 of your life with this easy confirm. Like why does his anti-air pop you so high up? Like why? Why? And I know I can do more damage than I'm doing. Do I have to, let's see. Startup on that is 10. Startup on that is 12. Okay, maybe not. So I don't think the regular Blanca Ball just doesn't juggle in that situation. But I think I can do this, right? Yeah, I can do that. Oh man, why does this character get to do every, wait. Can I do this? That work? Okay, electricity doesn't hit in that situation. Interesting. Not enough juggle potential there. So yeah, the best I think you can get is, I mean, there's probably other things you can do, like, you know, stuff like that, right? Okay, there you go, 5,060 damage. Yeah, I can do that too, for sure. Oops. Oh, that's right, you have to time that, okay. So yeah, 3,160 damage for you jumping at me. There's just a lot of things you can do. There's just a lot of things you can do. And like, so that answers the anti-air question. So yeah, that answers the anti-air question, Nardo DQ. So yeah, he's just like crazy. Blanca's just kind of crazy. He has weaknesses for sure, but like every character has weaknesses except maybe Mai. But like he makes up for a lot of those weaknesses in ways that other characters don't get. And like I said, he gets to kind of ignore one very important aspect of the game, which is the burnout part of the game. Because like I said, if he gets burnout, survived to like half-life, then he just level 2s and then he's good. You know, the times, I mean, it's very similar to Chun-Li in Third Strike. In Chun-Li in Third Strike, what you had to do was beat her the first round, kind of force her to kill you with her super in round 2, and then try to beat her in round 3. If you beat her in round 1 and then in round 2 she kills you and doesn't use any of her super, you kind of lost against Chun-Li in Third Strike. So like, it's really crazy, but yeah, the strategy for a lot of characters versus Chun-Li is literally win the first round, die the second round, but hope she spends a lot of her meter, and then kill her in round 3 because she doesn't have as much meter. A lot of the games that you saw Daigo won is that Mena RD needed the level 2 to win round 2, and so he didn't have as much meter in round 3, and Daigo was able to take advantage of it. If Mena RD was able to win round 2 without spending as much meter, Mena RD often also won round 3, so. All right. You did mention that, Quick Man, I remember. Don't let her drink. I like how you typed it as 8. 8. That's kind of funny, actually. That's actually really good. But yeah, like I said, there are ways to fight it. If you crouch block, you know, there's that gap that you can perfect parry it. If he does go straight down, and if you have a hard read, you can punish that very badly, because Blanka can be anywhere up to minus 19 or whatever like that. But like, it's the proposition of doing that is so scary, because every mistake you make leads to Blanka-chan, right? That's like the worst part about it, is that like, if it was just he hit you and he was +2, like, okay, but when he hits you with Lightning Beast, he gets Blanka-chan. Have you ever wondered why all the Blankas always do stuff like, oops. Have you ever wondered why Blankas always do this? Why they go backwards and forward like that? The reason why is because they want to hit you as late in the last ball as possible. Because if I do something like this instead, like so, I'm plus 54. I mean, still surprisingly a lot, to be honest with you. But see, that's only plus 34, right? If I just do it as fast as possible like that. I can't believe that's still plus 54, Jesus. But if I do that, I'm plus 60, because I can, oh, that's right. I'm plus 55 in this one on the ground hit. But the point is that you go backwards and forward a lot of the time, because what you're trying to do is hit as late in the second ball as possible, right? And that's what gives you the plus frames, because a lot of times if you hit too early in the Blanka ball, he still has to go through the rest of the Blanka ball and land, so you don't get as much. But a lot of times you can just forego the last hit and do something like, why can't I do this? And go straight down, right? Now I'm plus 60, so like, even if like you can't come up with a good way, you can always Blanka ball down and give yourself like crazy frames. If I do something like this, I can do, oops. And I'm plus 63. Like, every hit that Blanka gets, unless it's one of the later hits, if he hits you early on, he can get a Blanka-chan set up on you. And so, like, on top of everything, if he hits you with the Lightning Beast, he gets a Blanka-chan set up, and he still has 2 hits of the Lightning Beast a lot of the time. Or maybe more, depending on the route that he's in, sometimes maybe less. But even if he doesn't have Lightning Beast anymore, Blanka-chan mix-up, like I said, is still scary and like hurts a lot. Can you imagine? Like, how did people not have Blanka top 2 in season 1? How did people? May I remind you that Blanka-chan didn't disappear when Blanka got hit. Blanka-chan had no scaling. He did not increase the scaling of the combo. So if you landed on Blanka-chan like twice, the next hit was 100%, and OD Blanka Ball in the air was plus on block. At worst, it was plus on block at worst. How did people not know that Blanka was like one of the best characters in season 1? What the hell, dude? Like, come on. And the entire Lightning Beast still worked. Lightning Beast hasn't gotten nerfed, by the way, and Lightning Beast is the same as it's always been. Man. And the nice thing about it, Quick Man, is that Mena was actually really honest with it too at one point in time. He knows. he tweeted out at one point in time with a picture of Blanca, and he's like, I don't know what the hell is wrong with people. Like, you have free money right here with this character, but you don't want to play him because he's ugly. Like, there is the new player, I think Yukari, right? Yukari, who now goes by the name of Shigematsu. Didn't he just get top 8 at DreamHack Atlanta? Kings Vega is another very strong Blanca player. It's crazy how few Blanca players there really are out there. It's actually kind of nuts to me. There was one player that I saw tweet, like they're like, I tried Blanca out like for the first, like they're a really good player. And like, I tried Blanca out for the first time. He was like, man, this is like the scrubbiest character I've ever played. Like, I cannot believe like how easy it was to win with him. Is this the strongest Blanca has ever been in any game? The scary thing is I will say no. I will actually say no, because in hyper fighting, Blanca is just dumb. He's just dumb in hyper fighting. Blanca is like one of my eternal enemies because of hyper fighting. Because he destroys Zangief. Like, Blanca being top tier makes it so that I can't play Zangief legit in tournaments and hyper fighting. Because Blanca fighting Blanca with Zangief in that game is just like the dumbest thing in the world. It's just the dumbest thing. I hate it so much. Oh, buddy. I think that Blanca's learning curve is higher than many others, which is why many don't want to play him. No, it's because Blanca attracts trolls. This has been the case forever. Like, everyone who plays, like, if you look at all the Blanca players from all the past games, they're all trolls. Like Lap Chi, the guy who ran Canada Cup, is like a Blanca player. Like, you're just like, yep, that tracks. And even online, when you fight Blancas, like, what do they want to do? They want to, like, ball at you, ball throw, command throw. Like, they just want to do, like, things and make you feel bad. And then when it gets too hard, they stop. Honda has this exact same problem. They're both characters that people like to troll with. And because they're both unattractive characters, you don't get a lot of people playing him as much. So the intersection of like players who like are like top players and players who would actually be interested in using Blanca is really small. I don't understand it. Like, when I say this, it sounds like I'm being mean and I'm just like hating on Blanca players. But like, you talk to a lot of people who've been around for a very, very long time, and almost everyone will tell you the same thing. Obviously, for something like hyper fighting, it's different because he was top tier and very obviously top tier. So a lot of people play Blanca. Plus, there's only 12 characters in that game. Hard to avoid Blanca in that situation. But like, since Street Fighter 4 and on, like, I don't know what it is. I can't explain it. Like, it's hard to find serious Blanca players. It's hard. It's hard to find serious Blanca players. It makes no sense. Thank you for the sub, Geraldo Bones. Appreciate it. It's a certain playstyle, and actually, one of the factors might be the fact that Honda and Blanca are still charge characters, and some people just they can't gel with charge characters anymore. So, oh yeah, lots of Blanca players in CVS too, because Blanca is just like kind of ridiculous. Six Sagat is very strong, but I'm gonna be one of the people that actually puts Blanca above Sagat. Yeah, I have Blanca top 3, right? Like, I think top 2 are Mayan JP, and then I think number 3 is Blanca. Like, that's what I had. And in season 2, I had Blanca at about number 5. And then in season 1, I had Blanca number 2 after Luke, because Luke was just ridiculous. I I actually think that Blanca might have been better than Luke in season 1. It's just that we never had enough time to find out. But I don't think Blanca's ever been lower than 5th best in this game. It's crazy to me when I see tier lists that have Blanca in the middle. It's just like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, because he's often teamed up with Sakura and Blanca because A-Groove, Blanca, Sakura, and Bison are way too strong. Like, A-Groove, those 3 characters in A-Groove is just terrifying. Terrifying. I mean, so if you want to know, like, Blanca in hyper fighting, this up ball here, like, kind of went at this angle, right? Like this angle, but it also hit on the way down, so it went diagonally up and then dropped straight down, and it was an active hitbox the entire time. And it would drop on you, and then he'd be plus. A lot of characters couldn't hit it because you could aim it to hit behind you on the, like, cross up a little bit. It wouldn't actually hit cross up, but that just meant none of your normals hit it. And so, like, he would do, like, low forward, Blanca, up, blah, drop on you. Low forward, up and down. Low forward, up and down. And, like, there was nothing you could do. And every knockdown led to a Blanca ball into a crouching medium kick or bite combo or a mix up. Or if he had one of the fastest jumps in the game. And if he ever jumped over a fireball, he could do jump fierce, stand strong, low fierce, stun you, jump fierce, stand strong, low fierce. You're down to about 10% health. Neutral jumping heavy kick, neutral jumping roundhouse is stupid, and like you can't beat it at all. His neutral jumping heavy punch had like 1 or 2 frames of startup, so like it was a perfect air-to-air anti-air move. Like Blanca in hyper fighting was dumb. He was dumb. Oh my god, the only weakness that he had is that he couldn't, like, none of his normals canceled. He couldn't do low forward in the Blanca ball. But that was hardly a weakness for him, dude. And most characters can't punish the Blanca ball in that game, by the way. Most characters could not punish the Blanca ball in that game. If he just did Blanca ball and you blocked it, like, most characters couldn't do shit. So, like, if you did Blanca ball at Ryu, and keep in mind, Ryu has the fastest fireball in the game. If you blocked Ryu's, if you blocked Blanca ball with Ryu and threw a fireball and Blanca held up forward, he got to stun you. Like, if you threw a fireball and he jumped forward, you go pow, pow, and you would fall dizzy. Like, you couldn't even throw a fireball with Ryu to chase Blanca, dude. It was crazy. In Champion Edition? Oh, fuck no. Champion Edition is Bison, dude. Bison he has an infinite combo. He has a re-dizzy in that game, and every button of his was broken because they forgot to nerf it when humans could use him. He's super destructive. No, avatars aren't allowed in ranked. I think avatars have their own, like, ranked kind of thing. Like, they have their own thing. They're not actually going to be allowed in ranked matches. So that's not going to happen. They would never, ever do that. They would never, ever do that because it would be so broken. In the CPS1 games, hyper fighting. Hyper fighting, Ryu is really good. Some would argue he's the best character. So in hyper fighting, in general, it's Guile, Blanca, maybe Sagat, and kind of Guile sometimes, but really it's Blanca, Ryu, and I think, like, who's number 3 will depend on who you talk to. I think Sagat is really good. Some people have really good Guiles, but in general, Blanca and Ryu generally are the 2 characters that are always talked about in terms of top tier. Because for a while in hyper fighting, Blanca got to a point where Ryu couldn't beat him, and then Ryu's kind of figured out how to fight him, and then Blanca's kind of figured out how to counter that, and then Ryu's kind of figured out how to counter that. So, like, the Ryu Blanca, it keeps, like, flip-flopping. It keeps flip-flopping. So Ken is really good. He just has enough weaknesses that he's not as good as Ryu. So he's considered like under top tier, I would say. I would say Ken is probably high tier. But like under Guile, he might be top 5 in that game. Oh, Chun-Li. Yeah, Chun-Li might still be better than Ken. Chun-Li's really annoying in that game. Chun-Li's really strong in hyper fighting. But in any case, I feel bad for Keats because I've had him here this whole time and I still haven't talked about his video yet. So it's 9 o'clock. So let's go ahead and like watch this video live. In case you guys don't know, what Keats has done is he has started a new YouTube channel over here. So if I turn this on here like so, this is a channel called Game Design Direct. So this is a brand new channel that he's created, and this is his first video that he has put up.
What is Game Balance?
He's really interested in me reviewing this because he knows that I have very, very pointed opinions about game balance and all these other things, and he's really curious what my opinion on this is, but he wanted me to react to it in real time, so I'm not actually going to... Yeah, he's flying out to Combo Breaker tomorrow, so he's finished packing and he's asleep now, so I apologize to Keats, but I'm gonna start only briefly on this, right? So like if we actually look at the chapters here, maybe I'll get to like up to Player's Lie, or maybe the goal of game balance or whatever like that. Hey, shout out to Geraldo Bones for the 5 gift subs. Thank you, thank you. Not Weapon Lord. Weapon Lord you're thinking of is, Weapon Lord is, oh God, I'm so terrible with names. I was even talking about this person to somebody else recently. He's the guy who designed DJ, who was in charge of hyper fighting. Oh God, why can't I remember his name? James Goddard, thank you. James Goddard, yes, James Goddard. Dude, I tell you, I suck with names so badly. As soon as a name escapes me, it's just like, it's just gone, baby. It's just gone. Keats is the one that worked on Rumbleverse. Previous to that, he was the one that worked on season 2 and beyond of Killer Instinct. And he also made Dive Kick. That's who Keats is. So Keats is actually... He's done a lot of good things because, I mean, when you look at Killer Instinct, you know, season 2 and on, you know, he's the guy who basically made up characters like Agnos, which is still like one of the most cool designed characters ever. You know, and Rumbleverse, I had trouble with Rumbleverse because of me and 3D platforming, not Keats' fault. But I mean, the love that you see from the people who played Rumbleverse is just an indication of how good that game was designed and how well it was designed, and honestly just got done dirty by Epic, dude. Oh my God, it was so bad. Actually, before I start the video, yeah, he was like one of the main guys at Iron Galaxy. Like, I don't, like, if he was here, he'd probably be like, oh no, I kind of consider like one of the head, like, game designers there, like actual guys to like made up a lot of stuff, but obviously there's a lot of people who are above him and all this other stuff like that, but he was one of the main guys. If you watch that really cool Killer Instinct documentary that the Bestaban put out, one of the things they were talking about, like when they interviewed Keats, you know, because he would bring, you know, balance patches and stuff public and talk about it at events and stuff, like people were like, oh my God, Jago's instinct is broken, and he was like it wasn't broken, so I don't think that was the problem. So he took a look at it, he nerfed something else about Jago, and literally nobody complained about the instinct mode ever, like, after that, even though he didn't change instinct mode. So he was like, so yeah, the problem wasn't the instinct mode. The problem was that Jago was too good in certain specific areas. It's kind of where I've piggybacked a lot of me believing that I don't think throw loops and drive rushes are the problem in Street Fighter 6. I really think the problem is level 3s because throw loops and drive rush both wouldn't be as broken if there was no level 3. Like both of them, throw loops and drive rush wouldn't be so broken if there wasn't a level 3. But like if I get shimmied, like I lose 6,000 to 7,000 health. Like just like that. If the opponent has level 3, like I literally lose like 6,000 to 7,000 of my health. And you know, if I get hit by a drive rush, if my check fails, I can lose 6,000 to 7,000 points of my life because of level 3s. And they swing the drive gauge momentum around. Like, they do too much. Level 3s do too much. Like, that's the problem. You'll take 5 throws in a row because that's 6,000 damage. If I get shimmied one time, I lose more than that. For most characters, their optimal combo will do more than that. So, like, of course I'll take 5 throws in a row because any one of those 5 throws in a row, if my opponent shimmies or fakes and doesn't throw me, I've lost less health than if I got shimmied, right? This is why people get throw looped. It's the risk and reward is too strong. So, all right, I'll tell you what's going to get the hype train back is we're going to feed some cats here because Nathan's hungry and he deserves to have some food. Oh, it ran out. Never mind. Let's actually feed Nathan here because he's trying so hard right now. He's trying so hard to be like cat of the year right now. Well, he's always cat of the year. Mwah. You're always cat of the year, Nathan. You're always cat of the year. All right, let's do this here. Okay. Whoops, that was the wrong camera. Okay, I'm going to mute. Oh, it's still. Okay. Jesus. Come on, Nathan. Let's get some food. Let's get some food, Nathan. I now that he's by himself, I don't even try to stop him from jumping up the fridge too early now. Before I used to be like, no, Nathan, but like I don't even care anymore because like he's gonna do this no matter what. Are you yelling, Nathan? Meow. Do something really quick here. Hi, everybody. You can stare up at Nathan here on top of the fridge. There you go. All right. Oh. Hang on, Nathan. Be patient. You're getting your food. You're getting your food. Ah. Yeah, that's what I said, Nathan. There's actually no reason for Nathan to eat on the fridge anymore, but he's just so used to it now that I haven't stopped it. So. You good boy. You happy? Sorry I took so long. Jesus. Good boy. Good boy. All right. Sorry once again for the messiness of my home, although it's not so bad right now. It's just a lot of junk lying around here and there. So, one of the favorite places that Jasmine used to sleep on was at this end of the couch over here. So right now I just have a pillow set up for her. And I have an urn for Jasmine here. And yeah, her Jasmine stays with us here now. Basically, her remains are in this urn, and so she rests here right now. I'm hoping I can find a better place for her at some point in time, but this will do here. And if you look at her, I bought this urn, and I shaved the corner of the right ear because I did this with a nail file because that's what Jasmine had. She had the clipped ear. So I wanted to make sure that this thing was as accurate as possible. And because she always liked to sleep on me and sleep curled up like this, I thought this was a very appropriate, um, you know, very appropriate urn for her. And it also had the nice, thin, pointy face. Like I saw a bunch of other urns, but the face was always, it was like a wide cat face. But Jasmine's face was not like that. She had a very, very thin face, just based off of the breed that she was, which was Bombay and Burmese. So this one just worked out perfectly here. So yeah, we miss Jasmine. We miss Jasmine a lot. One of the crazy things too is that we have a hi Nathan. Hi Nathan. I have a towel downstairs that, was basically used for Jasmine on her last day. And hang on a second. And uh it's downstairs in my room, and every once in a while Nathan will, like, I've washed it, but Nathan will just out of nowhere crawl up to it and start sniffing it and stuff, and it's just like crazy. Oh man. I miss her a lot. I do. I really do miss her a lot. But, whew, oh dang. Well, Solanero, I mean, you know, one of the things that, made it easier for me was, just the pure fact that, I know Jasmine was suffering. So I knew I did the right thing. I knew she was suffering, so I know I did the right thing. And Just make sure that you're that they're with the cat, during the cat's final moments, because they're going to want you to be there. Oh God. Oh, sorry. They're gonna want you to be there. So just make sure of that. Don't leave them alone by themselves and such. So. Mm. All right, let's talk about some game balance, shall we? So I feel bad for Keats because like he's just gonna watch this on the archives. He'd be like, "Why are you taking so long to talk about this?" All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's like I said, I'm not gonna try to watch too much. I'm gonna break it up into pieces because I swear to God, if I try to do the whole video right now, we're gonna be up for like the next 8 hours. So if I break up, give me more reasons to stream every once in a while. So yeah, so here we go. Let's do this here. Let's take a listen to this, and hopefully the volume will be good for you guys. I'm going to turn up the volume a little bit here to make sure that we can hear it. And again, I haven't watched this video at all. So like I said, Keith said he would prefer to have me react to it like on the spot. It is an hour-long video, and you guys know that I turn every 10-minute topic into 2 hours of discussion. So, so that's why I only plan to watch maybe like 10 to 15 minutes of this. We'll see how it goes. Let's do this, shall we? Again, in case you guys are wondering what this is again, this is the Game Design Direct channel here. And this is a new channel created by Keats. And this is his first video here. It's entitled Game Balance Isn't Real. And his whole goal here is to discuss about game development and his philosophies on there. And, hopefully, because I would, I want him to do this, but to dispel a lot of like false ideas that people have about game design and stuff. So let's take a look at this. Let's see how it goes. And here we go. Oh, you're right. All right, let's see here. There you go. All right. Okay. Pow. Actually, I don't even need to do that, do I? If I full screen it, it doesn't matter. So there you go. All right, let's do this. Here we go.
What is game balance? If you're into competitive games, I'm sure you have a pretty decent answer. But can you answer me this question?
Okay. One, how's the volume? Two, is it crackling for you guys as much as it is for me? Can you hear static and stuff like that? Or does it sound okay? Yes, crackling, and it was echoing. Oh, right. Because I have the speaker right next to the microphone. I'm gonna have to maybe do this with headsets. Give me a second here so I can mute the speakers here. So I'll put this headset on and then I'll mute this. And then I will do this. My audio will disappear for a second. Okay, so it should be okay right now. Let's take a listen.
How do we know when a game is finally balanced? Let me take you back to the early 2010s.
Okay, how did that sound now? And is the echo gone? My hair looked really good at that angle that I was just at. I was like, ooh, sounds good? All right, let's do this. Let's do this. All right. What is Keats going to talk about for game balance? Let's go.
What is game balance? If you're into competitive games, I'm sure you have a pretty decent answer. But can you answer me this question? How do we know when a game is finally balanced? Let me take you back to the early 2010s. League of Legends is one of the most popular competitive games of all time, and on February 16th, 2011, the developers released a patch containing the following change for Vladimir's Sanguine Pool. Removed. On-cast bonus, movement speed. The player sentiment after playing the update was rough. Users rushed online to express how bad this change felt. Vladimir's play rate plummeted, and his win rate also decreased. But here's the twist. The developer had forgotten to submit the files for that particular change, and so it never actually went out to players.
Oh my god, I'm okay. I know this does not have anything to do with what Keats is, like his take on balance and stuff, but oh my god, that's amazing. I did not know this story. This is amazing. It reminds me of the Evo story that I've told on this stream a couple of times before, where players, long time ago, players were complaining about the lag on a particular monitor that was being used on the Evo stage, and they're like, it's laggy, and Tom and Tony Cannon, this was early on, so they were still running it, and they were like, dude, the monitor is fine. And they're like, no, it's laggy, change it out. And Tom and Tony were like, fine. So they took that monitor down and put up another monitor and let it go. And they were like, how does it feel now? And most of the players protesting were like, yeah, see, this one feels much better. And Tom and Tony were like, it's the same monitor. Shut up and play. Before Punk's time? Jesus Christ. There's a lot more Evo before Punk, okay? You can't call it before Punk's time. Evo started in 2002, okay? Punk didn't start playing until 2016. There's 14 years of Evo before Punk. Oh, Jesus, okay. But yeah, it was literally the same monitor, and they said it felt better. So there you go. Oh, man, this is hilarious.
Game balance isn't real. Okay, I know that might sound ridiculous and dramatic to some of you, but give me a chance before you rush to the comments to light me up. Let's define some terms. Game tuning is the act of adjusting a game to achieve a goal. Tuning is a very real action that developers take. Game tuning is real. Game balance, however, is not an act. It isn't something you do. It's a goal. Generally, developers and players alike want to achieve the goal of game balance. When players give feedback to developers, they often do so with game balance in mind. Developers tune the game to try to achieve balance. Again,
I mean, this is a pretty interesting distinction here, because it's basically removing balance as a verb in a weird way, right? Because you don't balance a game, you tune a game to achieve balance. This, I know this is just a syntactical observation here, but it's a really interesting distinction here, and I'm curious about this. You know what? Let's keep going, because I want to hear how he describes this a little bit more.
Tuning is the act, balance is the goal.
Yes.
So while tuning is easily defined, we need to ask, what does game balance as a goal even mean if, as we just learned, simply telling players that something in the game has changed when it has not can so deeply affect their perception of the game's balance? Game balance isn't real. That's
This is okay. Anyways,
right. Game balance is mostly just vibes, but they're vibes that really matter. Whether you're a developer tuning a competitive game or a player interested in playing or discussing these games, let me explain why game balance isn't what you think and share some of my techniques for tuning competitive games. But first, why should you care about my view on this topic? Let me introduce myself. My name is Adam Hart, but you might know me as Keats in the fighting game community. As early as age 6, my dad...
Wait, do I have the automatic subtitles on? Is that what yeah, okay. Because I was like, wait, Keats, you spelled your name wrong, but no, this is the automatic subtitling. Okay, never mind.
My name is Adam Hart, but you might know me as Keats in the fighting game community. As early as age 6, my dad and I would compete with each other and create new games together. I started playing fighting games when Street Fighter II hit arcades in 1991, and I got the competitive itch around 1997. The lack of nearby tournaments led me to running my own local events, which got me hooked enough to start traveling the country to attend regional and major tournaments, which led me to evolving my own events into the Regional Major Series Ultimate Fighting Game Tournament, or UFGT, which popular fighting game
I love this
into the regional
because
major
you can see Nerd Josh in the front there,
series,
Chris G,
Ultimate
Kane
Fighting
Blue River. I see Andres. Celica on the
Game
side
Tournament,
over there.
or UFGT, which popular fighting game commentator Ultra David has called one of the most influential tournament series in FGC history. Thanks, bud. During my travels, I scored an EVO Top 8 medal in 2011 by getting 7th place in Tatsunoko vs. Capcom Ultimate All-Stars. I was the editor-in-chief of top fighting game website Shoryuken.com for many years, writing about news, events, and co-hosting their weekly podcast, Wake Up SRK. I got into game development when I created Dive Kick with my wife and friends.
I also feel balance goals are not only to give characters equal chance to win, but also to make players not play a character that much for different reasons. A protagonist is too much picked and no one likes playing against grapplers. So balance is artificial. I'm not sure what you mean by that necessarily, Terry. I'm not sure exactly. I also feel balance goals are not only to give characters equal chance to win, but also to make players not play a character that much for different reasons. You're gonna have to explain. You're gonna have to do that one a little bit again because I don't quite get what you mean at the end there.
And then I joined Iron Galaxy SRK. I got into game development when I created Dive Kick with my wife and friends, and then I joined Iron Galaxy Studios to release a commercial version. I also helped Iron Galaxy Studios with Street Fighter III Third Strike Online, Marvel vs. Capcom Origins, and Darkstalkers Resurrection. I then served as lead combat designer on Killer Instinct, the 2013 version, Season 2, and for the rest of the game's development cycle, and then as lead designer on Rumbleverse. On Dive Kick, Killer Instinct, and Rumbleverse, in addition to my many other duties, I was in charge of game tuning, and I interacted heavily with each game's community. In other words, trying to achieve competitive tuning, and I interacted heavily with each game's community.
He at the very first Killer Instinct World Championships, he actually read the patch notes for season 2, it was 2. Because he had just gotten in charge of it. Was it season 2 or was it season 1? Jesus, I can barely remember now, but he read the patch notes live after the tournament with audiences cheering and crying on the spot. It was amazing. It was an amazing experience. It was so funny.
In other words, trying to achieve competitive game balance has been a major focus of my career as a game developer since 2012. During this professional experience, I came to view game balance very differently than I did at the start, and very differently than most of our industry. The proof of this view is in the pudding. Endgame Killer Instinct is still considered by many to be one of the greatest fighting games of all time, with major tournaments still ongoing. A lot of players feel its balance is among the best in the entire genre. But before I jump into the meat of this talk, I want to share a quick word about the examples I'm going to use in this video. I lived through nearly all of the events I'm going to reference, but the ones I was less close to required me to do some research. I did my absolute best to represent the facts and feelings of the time, and I want to make it clear that if I use an example in a negative way, that I'm not disparaging the people who made those games, made those design choices, or players who love those games. I want to acknowledge that all of us developers are trying to do the best we can at a very difficult task. We've all made mistakes, me very much included, and I'll probably make more mistakes in the future. The point of this video and its examples isn't to point fingers or say I'm the best or something like that. It's to use our history to observe lessons to help you understand my perspective on game balance. Cool?
Yeah, one of the things that's really, really, really important to mention here, in my opinion, is kind of something that he touched on over here. Let me see. So I want to acknowledge that all of us developers are trying to do the best.
I want to acknowledge that all of us developers are trying to do the best we can at a very difficult task.
A lot of the times people get mad at the developers and stuff when balances are messed up. They blame them, did they even QA the game? One of them was when they found out Birdie in Street Fighter V, if you did jump light kick, after the jump light kick ended, like Birdie was invincible. So if you did jump light kick on the way up, like you couldn't hit him on the way down. You know, they fixed that right away, but people were like, my God, oh my God, like, did people even like beta test this? And dude, like how many people are hitting Birdie jumping light kick on the way up and then seeing something pass through it, you know? And like, dude, people have to understand when a game gets into the public hands, you have more people testing that game and more power testing that game than any amount of QA in your company can do. Okay? So, like, yeah, we're gonna find bugs in fighting games. It doesn't mean the devs are bad or anything like that. Like, it's hard to make a fighting game, okay? It's really freaking hard to make a fighting game, and it's really hard to make any game, honestly. But it's really important to understand that when we do see bugs and stuff like that in games or weird balance decisions and stuff, to not like jump down anyone's throat unless it's like, you know, in situations like Tekken 8, like it's a little more understandable because literally before season 2 came out, Tekken 8, like they publicly said, we hear you on the heat mechanics. We hear you on that you don't like the game as aggressive. Here's some changes we're gonna make to heat to make them a little weaker, and we're gonna lower the aggression a little bit, you know, overall in the game. And then season 2 came out and it was more aggressive than ever with like more moves that were just like neutral skip free offense kind of craziness. So like people were like, what the hell are you doing? And then the same thing happened with season 3. The exact same thing happened with season 3. Like they said, we're going to do this kind of stuff. And then season 3 came out and like, it's kind of the same. And they kind of went against what they said they were going to do again. So, you know, like that kind of complaint, like I totally get it. Right. But usually when you have something like something comes out and you're just like, how did they not realize how busted this is, you know, and, or, you know, like this character is clearly overtuned. You know, most of these developers and stuff are doing their best. They're testing it. They may not have found it, but again, like there's the amount of creativity that you get from everybody outside the labbers who are making these games is just like it's not even measurable how much more testing is being done. Because even if you aren't good at fighting games, like random shit happens. Like you might do a bug by accident and, you know, sometimes it'll happen like on a stream or something and like everybody be like, wait, what was that? And then everyone researches and figures out exactly what causes it. There was bugs in Alpha 2, like I think it was like Chun-Li's Kikosho would like activate at the same time as like Dian's super, and then you wouldn't actually see Chun's Kikosho. It was like invisible or something. And then when you walk to where it was, you get hit or something. Like that happened and like everybody saw it like at a tournament. And then that was it. Like we didn't have training modes to like, I mean, we had training modes eventually to try to reproduce it, but you can't even necessarily say the home version is going to have the same bugs as the arcade version. So we wanted to test it in the arcade. Like there was no way, like, it's crazy now, the level of testing and labbing and the amount of situations that we go through. So, you know, to Keats's point here, you know, that everybody's trying to make all these things. And so when you do say something like, oh, this character's busted, or I don't think that this game is as fun doing this and blah, blah, it's not talking shit to them. This is all constructive, and this is all like, I feel like the fact that people cry about Street Fighter 6 so much is actually a sign that the game is actually like balanced and good because people are complaining about the balance and very specific character things. When a game is like completely just like mistuned, you know, like maybe how people are feeling about Tekken 8, like that's like community backlash. Like that's like everybody's mad. Like, I'm not playing this game anymore. Blah 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 blah. Like, oh god, this is so, like the fact that a lot of Street Fighter 6 complaints are so detailed makes me feel like the game is actually doing well. Seeing Keats reminds me of the good times of the table flipping days on the initial, on the initial The One True Game dive kick trailer. God. Goes and everyone pick. Oh, the goal, and so balance is more artificial that way. Even that the goal is to make not everyone pick Ryu, for example, for players to try different characters. Yeah, for sure, you need to make sure all the characters are fun. Before the stream started, I was talking long about, how we have to think about how games make people feel. And in that same vein, we have to understand how characters make people feel. And you have to make characters fun, otherwise there's just no reason to play them. So for sure. Let's see, here we go. What about exploring a bug in a TNS live stream tournament? Oh, exploiting a bug in a TNS live stream tournament? If the bug isn't banned, I assume you're referring to that Krauser thing that happened, right? Because Krauser has that bug that locks the opponent down or something like that, or you get that infinite block string on them or something. If the bug isn't explicitly banned, that's on the TOs, right? That's just really what it comes down to. And that is to say, it's not the TO's fault. Maybe they just didn't even know about it at the time. But if someone exploits a bug in the middle of a tournament, and let's say it is a bug that nobody has seen before, there's nothing you can do about it. You let it rock. You have to let it rock. And if someone exploits that for a TNS tournament, we're lucky. Because it'd be a lot worse if somebody exploited it for Evo or something like that. So it's fine, dude. It's fine. And TOs will be like, oh shit, that's broken. All right, every tournament from now on, it's banned. You can't ban at that tournament in the middle of the tournament because then the guy who lost to it, that sucks for them, unless you force them to replay it, which, I'm sure some people who are doing the bug would be okay with because they're kind of trolling and just being like, kind of thing. But yeah, if it's an Evo tournament and it's happening in semis, dude, there's nothing that's, you can't do anything about it at that point. You gotta let it rock. That's what the VI CC was. We all didn't understand what the VI CC was at B3, but VI would activate the custom combo and sweep everyone and everybody would die. And everybody's like, why aren't people just blocking this? And it took a while for people to realize that it was an exploit, that you could sweep before they could block low. So if you activated a custom in sweep range and they were standing, they couldn't do anything. And so Vi kept doing it. And by that point, you can't change it. You can't change the rules in the middle of the tournament. So again, I always tell the story. So what did John Choi do in grand finals? He started using it. John Choi had never seen this bug before, and I think he was even using it against other people before grand finals just to kind of test it out and see how it worked. But yeah, okay, the bug was there, we can't ban it, and so John Choi was like, well, if it's not gonna get banned, then let's use it ourselves. And so he started using the VI CC on VI in grand finals. To me, is still one of the most wild stories of fighting game history. Cause he'd never seen it. He just kind of looked at it, was like, so if you activate it, it looks like if he sweeps, it's fast enough that you can't crouch block in time. Let's try. And it worked. And he started doing it back to Vi in grand finals. Still, one of the craziest stories to me. Just wild, dude. It's so cool. I love that story. I believe it's taken out of Alpha 2 Gold. I don't know. I barely touched Alpha 2 Gold. I barely touched it. Any case, let's continue on over here.
We've all made mistakes, me very much included, and I'll probably make more mistakes in the future. The point of this video and its examples isn't to point fingers or say I'm the best or something like that. It's to use
I'd be willing to say I'm the best. No, I don't know. Like, I just like half the time I swear I say some of these things on my stream, like, it's this. And I'm like, God damn it, I'm right. And I know I'm right. People just don't believe me yet. Oh, man.
our history to observe lessons to help you understand my perspective on game balance. Cool? All right, let's begin. Has this ever happened to you? You're at the GameStop reading the back of the box for the latest competitive game, and the bullet points say 16 playable characters, 12 fighting stages. The gameplay is very fair.
Real? Is that, is that what it actually said on the back of the box? I can't remember.
I bet you couldn't wait to get home and play the game so you could experience the fairness firsthand. Let's be real. Fairness is not a selling point, and people don't generally buy games because they're fair. Why do people buy games or download them in the case of games that don't require a purchase? Well, the game looks fun. You can do a bunch of cool stuff in it. Explosions, style, mastery. Every person's definition of fun is unique, and the type of fun they seek is their primary motivator when deciding what to play. People
Yes. Yes. And this kind of extends, like, I'm gonna piggyback off of this to get into fighting games again. Every fighting game is so goddamn different, man. Like, we have to stop treating fighting games the same. Why one person likes one fighting, I just tweeted out about this. Like we have to accept the fact that someone will just be like, why don't you play this game? It just doesn't look fun to me. Or I tried it, didn't gel with me. Or like, I don't know, I don't like the graphics. Or I'm too busy to take on another fighting game and I'm enjoying the fighting game that I'm playing, even though I complain about it. Like, we have to accept these answers and understand it, but too many times we force people to come up with reasons why they're not playing fighting game B. And what that does is that it causes everybody to pick up on every dumb little thing. Like, they're just like, I don't like it because the drive rushes look broken. And then, like, they associate why they don't play the game with something negative, and when people bother them about it more, they kind of double down on it and they end up hating games. Like, stop it. Like, let people, like, when we say let people enjoy things, let people not enjoy things too. If someone says, like, I don't play this game because I don't like Mortal Kombat, like, that's enough of a reason. Let it happen, right? So, like, when you are making video games and when you're making fighting games, this is what I talked about with the 2XKO thing. You got to make sure you know who your audience is. You got to know who you're making the video game for, right? Like, you have to understand what your goal is and who you're targeting. And we have to understand that even within a single genre like fighting games, you cannot satisfy everybody. You're never going to satisfy everybody. It's too hard. It's impossible. Because everybody has different opinions and everybody has different things that they consider fun. So when you make a fighting game, you can't just be like, well, I need to make this game work for beginners and for these people and for the combo guys and for this and this and this. And I want to make this game appeal to the entire FGC. Like, that's just not going to happen. It's an impossible goal. You have to know which subsection of the FGC you're making your game for. And that's one of the things that I feel like a lot of people are missing right now. Because everybody's going to find something different that they enjoy. You can't make a game work for everybody. Honestly. So, yeah, I think it's really, really important that, you know, he's talking about this. Everybody has, you know, different reasons and different things they find fun. So if someone says, like, I tried Strive, I can't get into it. I tried 2XKO, I can't get into it. I tried Street Fighter 6, I can't get into it. Just be like, fair, fair. And that also cuts off the loop of why? What do you not like about it? Well, I don't know. Like, throw loops are really stupid. And like now you're just pushing people down negative paths and negative reinforcements. And again, what I'm talking about here is never going to happen because the internet. But understand that when you do something like that, you are forcing people to associate something negatively. If they're just like, I don't know, like, I don't, Street Fighter 6 doesn't feel like something I want to get into. You're like, sure. Like, they may still enjoy watching it. They might enjoy watching their friends play it and stuff like that. But if you're just like, but it's so good, it does this, I don't know, the throw loops and the drive rush, like, you're starting to make them associate negativity with these other games. And it's why our genre and our community and our scene is so, like, everybody keeps yelling about other games, right? Like, when you're just like, oh, this game sucks because of this, and the other person's gonna be like, well, your game sucks because of this, like, we reinforce, like, we literally make people hate things. Well, I told you, Too Hollow, that this was gonna happen. I told you it was gonna take me like 2 hours to get through the first 15 minutes. And so, like, I intentionally said I'm not doing the whole video in one sit down. So, right, but so again, when people associate negativity with the games they do play, that is more like, I enjoy this game, I want it to be better so I can enjoy it more. Which is why I said, and this was probably before you showed up, Rio Ayanami, that a lot of times when you hear people complaining, like, the complaints about Street Fighter 6 that I hear don't make me feel like, wow, that was loud. Thank you for the follow, Ace Combat. Like, I don't see a lot of the complaints about Street Fighter 6. Like, when you hear people complain about it, like, to me, the volume of complaints about characters and balance and drive rush and throw loops and stuff, actually, to me, kind of signify that the game is in a really good spot because the complaints are specific, right? When you have people complaining about specific things, that means they're engaged, right? Like, what happened with Tekken 8 in Season 2, like, I have never just seen like, from bottom to top, pros to casuals, everybody is like, this shit just sucks, right? Like, it's like when a game is like in a state where it's like actually kind of bad and unplayable, like, if Tekken 8 Season 2 was bad and unplayable, you don't hear people going, you know what? The problem is that Brian's down forward one shouldn't be. They're like, the game sucks right now. Like, this game is not fun to play. What happened to Tekken, right? Like, there's a very different kind of complaint that you get when it's like genuinely bad and when people want it to be good. I don't know if it's just me, like, trying to be optimistic about things, but, like, that's how I kind of see it. Like, when you see a lot of people talking about Street Fighter 6 and they're like, throw loops are bad, like, drive rush gives you too much advantage, but, like, it's oddly specific. So, like, I don't feel like when people are complaining about things that they play, if they're just like, I hate this shit, like, that's different than if they're like, I want my character to be better, because, like, you're tired of playing Manon every season and just like, this character's not getting any better. You're just like, when are they gonna make Manon better? Like, that's different than like this game has betrayed the essence of Tekken. Like, I don't know. That's kind of how I feel about it. Because a lot of times when there have been fighting games that people didn't like, you know, Street Fighters included. Like, the complaints are usually not specific. I don't know if that makes any sense. So I'll just move on at this point.
Also buy games because of FOMO. Their
Yes.
friends or their community are playing and they don't want to be left behind. Gamers will often play a game we don't love just to keep up with our friends. Even outside social pressure, such as everyone's playing it, can
Thank you for the follow, Notorious BLT.
trigger the desire to not be left behind. Back before post-launch live service update cycles were the norm, the point of a sale was all that mattered. As a developer, if I could get you to buy your Super Nintendo copy of Street Fighter 2, my relationship with you ended right then and there. Wouldn't have mattered to me how long you played the game, or what you thought of the game balance, or the fairness, or any of that. Even if the game was deeply unfair, you'd likely only be playing it against your local friends, and none of you were good enough at the game for that to even really matter. So, as a dev, I just hope that I did a good enough job to make you want to buy the next version of the game in a year or two. Now, game development and marketing costs have skyrocketed.
Oh, God. See, this has nothing to do with game balance, but I can go on this forever because you guys know. Anybody who knows me knows how I feel about development costs for video games right now and why I actually think that it is destroying the industry, that games have to cost so goddamn much, and why I actually actively hate the fact that consoles keep getting more powerful. I really think that consoles getting more powerful, PCs getting more powerful, is actually ruining the industry. Because it's just too goddamn expensive to make video games these days. Right? If you, like, I always say, like, in the Nintendo Power era, like, they would put Solar Jetman on the cover, or they would put Super Mario 3 on the cover, or they would put, like, it didn't have to be a AAA game, but because the console was so limiting, then every game on there could achieve AAA sales. But nowadays, you can't make a AAA game unless you hire the orchestra or hire the, you know, have the great graphics and like you can't have an AA company or an A company make a not quite AAA, like be a small team and make a game that is equivalent to AAA anymore. You know, so that's why our video game industry is AAA, which is just the repeated stuff over and over and over again because no one wants to take risks anymore, or indie. Like it's indie or it's AAA, and that's all we have because of the way the game industry. Okay, done. Game balance.
Development timelines are only getting longer, and the way consumers interact with competitive games has completely changed. After your initial purchase or download, it's important for developers to keep players playing if they are.
Also, are you guys hearing any sort of weird clicks or anything like that? Or is that just me? Or am I just hearing things right now? Let me know. Let's go back.
After your initial purchase or download, it's important for developers to keep players playing. If they aren't playing, they won't be around to buy DLC and fill the online matchmaking queues. So now it's become just as important to keep players from quitting as it is to get them to buy or download the game in the first place.
So that's also really important too. What did he say? Let's see. Oh, the matchmaking. Yeah, because games, the way that people will keep playing games is that you have to have a good online player base. If you don't have a good online player base, like, and your game becomes a Discord fighter, like, that doesn't mean a game is dead, but it certainly makes it harder for new people to get into your game. Not having a good player base is definitely a very, very, not having the player base is definitely a negative in terms of bringing in new players. Hang on one second, guys. All right. Okay, let's keep going here. I should really turn off that MooBot over there. Okay, here we go. Hello.
Become just as important to keep players from quitting as it is to get them to buy or download the game in the first place, especially if the game is free to play.
God, that crackling is bothering me right now. Oh, I try to restart this again. I don't know if you guys can hear the crackling or if it's just maybe my headset. I don't know. Let me know if you guys are hearing any of the crackling. Console power really matters a lot, especially since rollback netcode consumes a lot of CPU power. Capcom had to nerf the rollback netcode to make it PS4 and Switch compatible by making the delay manual instead of automatic. Yeah, for sure, processing power is really, really important, but the side effect is that we are able to make game. I mean, like, by all accounts, like, City of the Wolves looks amazing. And there's a lot of people I know who won't play City of the Wolves because they think the game is ugly. And again, I'm not going to tell them they're wrong and they're stupid or whatever. I mean, that's fine. You think the game's ugly. I'm not going to argue with that. But, like, by all intents and purposes, that game looks amazing, right? So, like, okay, anyways. The spacebar stop working.
If you want to stop players from quitting, you need to fully understand why they quit. Players quit because sometimes it's not about the game itself, and there isn't anything you can do. Maybe a new game came out and pulled their attention away.
So when I always said, right, like these days fighting games are competing with a ton of other console games and a billion mobile games, right? When people compare what we do with fighting games and how people interact with fighting games to like what we did back in the day, like in the arcade and stuff like that, dude, like it's apples and oranges. You can't compare the two. You can't compare how people interact with games right now as they did back then. And also playing a new video game costs oftentimes 25 cents or 50 cents as opposed to spending a whole $60. So like, it's hard. People have very limited time. So shiny new toy will take that time away from your game. Real life happens as he's getting into. I've often talked about it's a lot of time. Before we start, like during the pre-show thing that I was doing on my stream, I was talking about how a lot of people just have life and they don't have time to play fighting games. So, you know, when people are like, oh my God, like, why aren't you releasing, you know, the blah, blah, blah. Why are you releasing Avatar content for Street Fighter 6? It's because a lot of these guys don't have a lot of time to play, so they just want to sit down and have fun, and they buy Avatar costumes and they have fun with Avatar stuff, right? Just because our scene, the FGC, doesn't interact with it doesn't mean nobody's interacting with it. And the fact that Capcom keeps making new Avatar costumes and keeps making these new Avatar modes clearly means that people are spending money on their avatars. So, yeah, anyways.
Perhaps real life happened, and that drastically lowered the player's free time. But there are reasons that players quit that you can at least somewhat control. If a game becomes more frustrating than fun, players will quit. If a game becomes more thoughtless than engaging, players will quit. So, to summarize, games no longer are sold in a box and left as is. Competitive games need to last for years just to justify the rising cost of development.
Oh God, I hate that so much. I mean, it is one of the reasons why, like every time a game comes out, they have to add DLC chapters and stuff like that because they created a whole game. It costs a lot to make that game, and there's a lot of very specific things for that game. So they need to milk that shit for as much as possible, right? Like back in the day, you could make a game, and if it didn't sell well, you just made the next game. Because the commitment to that game that didn't sell well was not as high. And so nowadays, games have to last a really, really long time because you've built this entire age. It costs so much and da 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 da. And so, like, the game has to, like, you need to make your money worth out of it, right? So you don't just make, like, God of War and then just, like, all right, let's make the next game. Like, you make God of War and then you make the DLC and then you make the second DLC. And then, you know what, you make the sequel that uses a lot of the first game's engine, et cetera, you know, because it's so expensive to make everything that got you to that place, man. So... Invincible Versus seems to be full of rage quits here. Some people even lose the competitive spirit. Yeah, it's a lot of money to travel to. Absolutely. You argue that the DLCs for SF2 were the versions, though. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. That is 100% exactly what it was. Champion Edition, Hyper Fighting, those were Season 2 and Season 3. Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 were about a year apart, and then Alpha 3 was like a year and a half to 2 years later. Like, that's just seasons, right? Although, to be fair, Alpha 1, Alpha 2, and Alpha 3 are so different from each other. So that was the one advantage they had, is when they came out with a sequel, they had the ability to just gut things and change things drastically. I mean, Children of the Atom, Marvel Superheroes, and then X-Men versus Street Fighter are three just completely different games, right? And so, like, they had the ability to do that a little more often. The hard part is with seasons is that you're not as free to do that, because if your game is successful and is giving you all the opportunity to keep making seasons, you don't want to mess up what this player base is enjoying, which is largely why I suspect Street Fighter 6 hasn't changed that much in terms of mechanics, because in Japan, this game is making a lot of freaking money. So, like, I think Capcom might be scared to change the game too much for very good reason. Because, yeah, while the top players are going to complain, and a lot of us in the FGC are like, if they don't make a change, I'm not going to play it anymore. Like the Japan, like the country is playing this game, right? Like they are playing this. Like me and my friend Jason were in Japan, and we were on one of the trains, and we're sitting there holding the things, and like one of the dudes in front of us sitting there watching some video about the Daigo parry and stuff, and you know, like, you have to understand, like, they're making a lot of good money, as I suspect. They're making good money, and, you know, while it's easy for us to be like, you need to change it for the competitive scene, like, the game is doing well, honestly. Dude, MVC2, Terry, 1996, is like one of the most ugly games, like, ever. Because they reused sprites and every character lost all their animation frames. Holy crap. Every character that came from MSH or Children of the Atom just were butchered. Animation frames for them.
Developers are expected to keep players engaged in playing. That means frustration is a real problem that must be dealt with. Boredom is a real problem that must be dealt with.
So this is, I mean, if you look at this, this is important because, you know, Keats is talking about why people quit.
And engaging, players will quit. So reasons that players quit that you can't. If a game becomes more thoughtless than engaging, players will quit. So
I like this game, but it makes me mad.
Players will quit. If a game becomes more thoughtless than engaging, players will.
I'm getting bored of the game. So when he talked about this here,
developers are expected to keep players engaged in playing. That means frustration is a real problem that
I got mad at the game, so I quit.
Must be dealt with. Boredom is a real problem that must be dealt with.
I'm tired of the game, so reiterating that kind of thing.
And so developers decide on goals, and then they tinker with their games, and this gets called, rather interchangeably, game tuning or game patching.
Oh shoot, did the stream die for a second there? Am I good? Am I good? Am I okay? Okay.
Or game balancing. And this gets called, rather interchangeably, game tuning or game patching or game balancing. But each of these terms has their own definitions, and we should not use them interchangeably. Let's reiterate the terms as I've defined them. Game tuning is the act of making adjustments in your game in an effort to achieve a goal. Game patching is the act of deploying updates to the game. And game balance is merely one possible goal of game tuning. Use them interchangeably. Let's reiterate the terms as I've defined them. Game tuning is the act of making adjustments in your game in an effort to achieve a goal.
This is so important. This is so important. And when he says to achieve a goal, and this is where I find a lot of fighting games are missing these days, is that when a lot of people are developing fighting games, they don't have a goal. This is the reason why I'm always scared to get a new Darkstalkers game. Just recently on the YouTube channel, like the game of like the video of me saying like I don't want a new Darkstalkers game is because, you know, a lot of times when you have games like this, they don't have a goal. They make a fighting game and they're like, okay, I'm gonna make a fighting game. See, the interesting thing is like when I talk about making fighting games, I'm always talking about who my audience is. So my Rival Schools game that if I ever had a chance to make, the point of that game would be to allow players who can't get good at the griminess of tag fighters be able to play a tag fighter. Like I want players to be able to have fun with a tag fighting game in a way that isn't about grimy mix-ups and unblockables and stuff. I want to, that's the goal. And these are very important things to think about that a lot of people don't. People just make fighting games and like, I want to make a good fighting game. But the question is, like, if you are ever making a fighting game, you tell yourself, I want to make a good fighting game. You're not going to make a good fighting game. You're just not going to make a good fighting game. You have to say, I want to make a good fighting game for this kind of player, right? Like, let's talk about Mike Z really quick, right? For Skullgirls. He wanted to make his own MVC2. And, you know, I talked to him in beta situations. I'm like, God, the mix-ups are too crazy in this game. And he was like, fine. That's what I want. You know, his goal was to make his own MVC2 because he loves MVC2. That was his goal. And that's what he created. And, you know, you can't be mad about that. Like, he had a goal. He made the game. And that's who he wanted to make it for. The problem is when a fighting game comes out and they're just like, I want to make a good fighting game that everybody loves. Like, that's it. You're doomed at that point. You're doomed. You have to know who your audience is because fighting games are so varied and so different. And this is why I keep promoting this idea that no, not all fighting games are the same. If you are really good at Street Fighter 6, doesn't mean you're going to be good at hyper fighting. I just don't believe that. I don't believe the top players of Street Fighter 6 would just jump to hyper fighting and be the best. They'll be good. Like, if you're going to tell me like Mena RD and like Punk wouldn't be good at hyper fighting, like that's just dumb because they're just good fighting game players. But would they necessarily be the best? Probably not, because the games are so drastically different from each other. So again, if I was going to make a fighting game, because I believe so much in this heart, mind, body balance thing with fighting games, you know, like let's say they said, James, you get to make Street Fighter 7, right? I would have to consciously think, well, 5 and 6 are so geared towards mind players, whereas previous Street Fighters, you know, were more for heart players. What is it that I want to do with Street Fighter 7? Do I want to continue what 5 and 6 players are enjoying, or do I want to flip it and try to bring back a lot of the heart players that haven't been enjoying Street Fighter as much? And this is a decision that I would have to make. It's the goal. What is the goal? Before Street Fighter 6 came out, when people asked me, what would you do with Street Fighter 6? I said, I would make a Third Strike sequel. I would make a new game with pairing. You know, in the same kind of like pseudo-broken way that parries worked in Third Strike. Again, I am not a fan of the parry mechanic because I think it's too powerful. I would like to balance it more, but I don't know if I would if I made Street Fighter 6 and try to base it off of that. Because my idea would be like, well, the Third Strike players haven't had another Street Fighter game that they enjoy. Like, Third Strike players play Third Strike, and that's it. And I was like, well, that was game number 3. So if game number 6 was the parry game. Like, it's every 3 games we get to make a cool game for the parry players. So that would have been my goal with Street Fighter 6. I would have made a new Third Strike styled kind of game. That would have been my goal. My goal was to satisfy the Third Strike players. But again, I have a goal. I have an audience in mind. I know which sect of the fighting game community I'm trying to appeal to. And this is really important. The fact that Keats keeps repeating the concept of what is your goal, like what is the goal, is really, really important in my opinion. And I think it's what's missing from a lot of people. A lot of people making fighting games. Sorry.
Game patching is the act of deploying updates to the game, and game balance is merely one possible goal of game tuning. But what is a balanced game, really? How do we know when a game is finally balanced? Is it when every weapon or character is used equally or wins equally? Is it when the players have nothing left to complain about online? Are these things even possible? When we tune a game, we're looking to reach some specific, measurable outcome.
We're only 8 minutes into this video.
So a problem we're about to run into is that game balance doesn't have just one definition that everyone agrees on. Each part of the audience for your
Yes, everybody has a different view of what balance is, man. Because for a lot of people, like this is our extreme examples, game balance means grapplers suck, right? I mean, like, let's face it. But for me, like, I would like grapplers to be strong. So yeah, balance is different for everybody.
doesn't have just one definition that everyone agrees on. Each part of the audience for your game is looking for something different based on their own ideas of what successful game balance looks like to them. Most players' primary driver for wanting game balance is the idea of fairness. They think they want a game in which all options are equally viable. And
oh boy. And this is why those of us who think about fighting games in a more nuanced fashion, shoutouts to, what is that, XT? EARMI3, Extermi, or I don't know, but thank you for following the channel. So this is why most of us who think of fighting games in a nuanced fashion always say that the most fair fighting game is the game whose bullshit that you are okay with. Right? Like everybody's favorite fighting game is bullshit. Like everyone's, like Super Turbo, Third Strike, MVC2, Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 5, Street Fighter 6, like they all have just some bullshit in these games. But it's the one that you're okay with, or the one that you can use the best, that benefits you the most, that you think is fair. Like when people try to tell you, like, oh my God, like Street Fighter 5 sucks, 4 was really balanced. Scott, do you remember what people were saying about Fuerte and Elena at the end? Like, right? Like, no. So like the fairness factor, how did he put it here?
of fairness.
Yeah, so here we go.
Most players' primary driver for wanting game balance is the idea of fairness. They think they want a game in which all options are equally viable, and they can rank up or win a tournament with any character or weapon or team comp that they choose. They want
Yeah, so again, what is fair is extremely subjective. So I'm starting to see where Keats is going with this idea of game balance.
a game where the tools they use are objectively powerful, but are perceived as fair by others, and that those tools are rarely used against them. If the game doesn't feel fair to an individual, that individual gets frustrated. Viewers matter a lot to any modern competitive games ecosystem, and the viewer's primary driver for wanting game balance is variety. They want to tune into live streams and see like a lot of different characters and team compositions and weapons represented to keep things interesting. They want to see lots of play styles interacting with each other.
Yeah, and people generally, I mean, it's just an underdog thing, right? Like, when the Dallas Cowboys are winning many years in a row, everyone hates them. When the Yankees are winning many years in a row, everyone starts to hate them. When the Lakers are winning multiple years in a row, everybody hates them. It's a variety, and there's an underdog thing there too. People want to see the variety because of the underdog factor. The funny thing is, like, once you get the variety, sometimes the thing that you want to see is no longer the underdog, and so like people can change, like people change on things pretty fast. But in general, yeah, people, it's not even just necessarily like you just want the underdog to win, but like you play Manon and you never get to see Manon, and that sucks, right? You play Jamie, you never get to see Jamie. All you see is Mai over and over and over again. Like it's like having representation in media, right? Like if you're Asian, you want to see more Asian people on TV. If you're black, you want to see more black people on TV. If you're a Marisa player, you want to see more Marisas on stream, right? Like, the representation is important. Representation is a very important thing, and so you want to see your characters, and when you never get to see your characters ever in like a top 32, it gets kind of annoying.
especially when viewing tournaments. It's a lot less fun when the top 8 characters
Oh god, he actually pulled out the freaking Leroy thing. Oh yeah, you missed the Blanca segment, but trust me, it was long and very detailed.
with each other, especially when viewing tournaments. It's a lot less fun when the top 8 character selections look like this. If the choices being made on screen are too repetitive, viewers get frustrated. And this third one, yeah, we'll talk about this one later.
Okay.
So how do developers figure out how to tune the game to make it more fair and give it more variety? One common strategy is to survey or talk to players to see what it is they want changed. Another common strategy is to use telemetry to look deeply at data that represents real in-game outcomes, such as use rates or win rates, to try and make it so that things make sense mathematically. And yet, despite trying all of these things, competitive games so often struggle to achieve good game balance. Why is that? Let's break down each of the traditional methods for making tuning decisions and see where they tend to go wrong.
Wow. Okay. This is where I think he talks about like how data lies and like players lie. So let's get through that because I'm really curious to see what he says about that.
Let's start with telemetry. Data lies. On the first day of my high school statistics class, our teacher shared with us a quote from early 20th century Austrian psychiatrist Wilhelm Steckel. Statistics is the art of lying by means of figures.
Yes. I know I get some people mad when I say this, that I don't believe in statistics necessarily, but this is exactly, yeah, I gel with this so much.
That quote really stuck with me. As it turns out, if you're
Yeah, the quote that stuck with me is that statistics are like the Bible, you can use it to prove anything. That was told to my brother when he was in graduate school for statistics. Like, he studied biostatistics, and that was like one of the mantras that they had, so like I'm not trying to be anti-religious or anything like that, but that's the quote. And that stuck with me because, yeah, statistics can very easily be manipulated to prove what it is that you want. And so statistics are very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Streamlined offense, pop heat, moves that, cover too many options. Yeah. Personally, I think a balanced roster should never be the goal. Weak characters are just as valid as a challenge. I do believe in that to a degree, Amazing Chest, that having weak characters is actually beneficial because there are people out there who want to win with the struggle characters. However, in terms of something like Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8 and stuff, things have changed a lot because $1 million is on the line. And I talk about this all the time. like I said, I was talking about this on Twitter recently, that people, when they talk about fighting games, do not address the stakes anymore. Let me see if I can find my exact tweet on that. I am looking for Firefox, so if I go to me, I go to replies, because this was just recently. I responded to Emezier about a tweet that he posted out. And sorry, I definitely spend too much time on Twitter over here. Let's see here. Where is he? I'm trying to get here. Sorry, I definitely tweet way too much here. Incross Atlanta, blah nephew. Come on. where is this? I should look up Emezier instead. Like, I swear I'd probably find it faster if I looked for his tweet than I would be if I was doing this myself. Oh, that's because I got into some stupid drama at one point in time. So I got like, I ended up with like way too many replies because I started getting into some stupid debates with people. Let's see here. What was he talking about this? What was he talking about this? Come on. This was, I feel like it's too long ago. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. How are you doing? Where was, oh, hi. Oh, hi. Hi. He was complaining about balance in Street Fighter 6. Oh yeah, this is the one right here. Reminder that, so he says right here, reminder that Street Fighter 5 was the game where a broken top tier Luke played by an Evo champion could be beaten by low tier Fang at the highest level of gameplay. I want this for Street Fighter 6 too. So this is about Vega Patch eliminating Kawano from Capcom Cup. This was my response. Sorry, I can't do anything short. But my reply is, I'm going to say that this is less a product of the game and more a product of the environment. When we talk about how many low-tier heroes there were in older games, like the Komoda Blancas of Super Turbo or the Hayao Hugos of Third Strike, and compare that to Street Fighter V, considerably less low-tier heroes, remember the Bazillion Lukes in the last year of Capcom Cup, and compare that to Street Fighter VI, low-tier characters having little to no representation at the latest stages in tournaments, we always have to take into account the stakes. Before I continue, Extermia asks, shouldn't there be balance and universal difficulty applied to the game's mechanics rather than the character viability, like in Street Fighter Third Strike? Depends on what your goal is. That is yes and no. It really depends on what kind of game that you're making, because a game where the system mechanics are so powerful that they determine the balance of your entire game, the characters tend to lose individuality, or if they maintain individuality, like in Third Strike, like the tier list is like there. Like the characters that are bad suck, and the characters that are good are really strong. If you make it so that it's more on the individual characters and less the system mechanics, you have a better opportunity to make a stronger variety of characters that have different play styles. Like it's a really interesting balance there, and I pun unintended. So, anyways, I say we have to always take into account the stakes. I play Cammy in Super Turbo because Super Turbo is fun and Cammy is fun despite being bad. If I played in some kind of ST co-op cup, I'd play on a team of 5 camis for laughs and trolling. If $250,000 was on the line and I was a serious competitor, I wouldn't be playing Cammy anymore. I wouldn't necessarily jump the claw, but I would play someone who isn't literally the worst character in the game. If $1 million is on the line, I'm fucking playing claw. I don't care. Fuck you, fuck your family, fuck your dog. You're getting Hyoballed to death. And it's not even just the milli. For a lot of Japanese players, it's SFL team spots and sponsorships and more. Look how comfy Haitani is after gaining so much popularity after Raccoon Cup. The players who are featured in SFL Japan get a lot of exposure and are sponsored for a good chunk of the year, if not beyond that. Street Fighter League Japan plays across 4 months. The games aren't different, the stakes are. People always forget to take into account the environment we play in. I can fuck with the Remy in Third Strike because each game costs 25 cents. But if we ran right now a $1 million tournament for Third Strike, everyone super serious or new to the game would just play Chun, easy route, Yun, execution route, or Ken, familiar Shoto route. And many high-tier players of old would stick to their characters, the Urians, the Dudleys, and Yangs, and Makotos, but you would lose all the Remys and 12s and Qs outside of 3-decade-long pros of Hugo like Hayao, but you would see way less of them getting into late stages of tournaments. Remember, even the last EVO, the stakes weren't dire enough that MOV nerfed himself the entire tournament playing Elena and only used Chun versus Issei in grand finals. It's not only the game's fault. The environment we play in is a huge factor, and that's something I don't see enough people talk about. So yeah, like, I don't even remember how I got onto this topic. Where's the video? Shoot. Oh, there we go. We're talking about statistics and stuff like that. So, what the hell was that? Here we go.
20th century Austrian psychiatrist Wilhelm Steckel. Statistics is the art of lying by means of figures. That quote really stuck with me. As it turns out, if you're clever, you can use data to prove almost any point you want. Or worse, data can convince you of a false truth.
Yeah, so basically I kind of like deviated into that topic, but yeah, the fact that, statistics, like I was saying, you can prove anything as long as you tweak. What the hell? Where did the video go? Oh, Jesus Christ.
First day of my high school statistics class.
I don't remember exactly how I got to that point, but I guess the kind of way that I can tie it back in is the fact that, we lose context in statistics. That's the one thing I hate the most about statistics, is that you lose context, right? I'm going to do it again. I'm sorry. But that's why I don't take any... Sorry, I'm going to do it again. This is why I don't take any pro-LeBron fans seriously a lot of the times. Because they're always about statistics, but they lack context. Saying that LeBron James is the greatest because he got to NBA Finals like 8 years in a row, like, that's a good statistic. But then when you remember that the East Coast sucked so badly that Adam Silver, as the new commissioner, at one point even floated the idea of putting the top 16 teams in, regardless of conference, into the playoffs because the East was so bad. The East was so bad that it was their third or fourth seeded team would have not made the playoffs in the West. One season on the West, there were 7 out of 8 teams that had 50 wins or more. And like the 4th top team on the East Coast was already like lower than 50. Like the bottom 3 or 4 teams on the East Coast already had lower than 50% win rates or something stupid like that. Like, you can talk about statistics, but if you remove the context, the statistics have no meaning. Like, they have no meaning. Oh, man. I mean, I would love to hear your reasons, Tim, but I don't, like, I don't know. Like, I can't even imagine how. I can't even imagine how. And also keep in mind that I lose a lot of things on purpose because I talk about them later. I don't want to get to the point where, like, oh, if you crouch, it's not a true block string. Like, someone tried to point out that to me, and I was like, don't worry, I'll get there. Like, yeah, obviously you can crouch, but I don't want to talk about that right away because that doesn't have the narrative properly. It doesn't lead the narrative of where I'm going properly. Anyways, back to Keats over here.
Our teacher shared with us a quote from early 20th century Austrian psychiatrist Wilhelm Steckel. Statistics is the art of lying by means of figures. That quote really stuck with me. As it turns out, if you're clever, you can use data to prove almost any point you want. Or worse, data can convince you of a false truth. Data can be very useful in convincing your development teammates of a design direction, but it's much less useful for finding the right tuning decision to make for your audience. Checking telemetry from League of Legends, you might find that the item Mejai's Soul Stealer has an absurdly high win rate, often close to 80%, but this statistic is highly misleading. The item is rarely purchased unless you're already winning, which means the player purchasing it was already very likely to win before making the purchase.
See? Context. This is what he's saying, that telemetry doesn't have the context in there. And it's so important to have context.
The developers understood why the win rate for this item was the way it was, and that kept them from making the mistake of trusting the numbers alone and making a poor tuning decision. This means that in order to find guidance within the numbers, you need an extraordinary amount of context.
Oh my God. Like, I went on a whole tirade about context. And sure enough, here it is. Context. Oh my God. This is hilarious.
Let's say that you look at your character pick rates, and one of the characters is very underrepresented. Do we have any idea why just from the numbers alone? Is it because the character's too weak? Or are they difficult to use? Or do they lose matchups to some of the most common characters? Or are they just kind of ugly?
Yeah, we talked about that before too.
Without the reason why, this data is effectively useless as a means to understanding what changes to make in your game. Early on in Overwatch's lifespan, developers saw the use rate of the support hero Symmetra was low, and so on December 13th, 2016, they overhauled the character, changing the way her moveset worked. Developer design notes said they wanted to make Symmetra feel more active and give her more meaningful contributions to the team. Overall, Symmetra players liked the changes, but the use rate barely went up. The players were somewhat happy, but the goal of normalizing the use rate was not achieved. She still wasn't very popular. On June 26, 2018, a year and a half later, Symmetra was reworked a second time, this time moving her from a support role into a damage role. Many Symmetra players lost their fun in this overhaul, and some physically disabled players could no longer play the character at all.
Oof. Interesting. It's fascinating because I honestly do not keep up with other esports, and it's definitely like kind of a weakness of mine because like I should probably understand other esports more, but I don't want to bother. So hearing a lot of these stories is really fascinating to me to see what other scenes are going through similar to fighting game stuff.
The use rate dropped below the original version while simultaneously making the player base upset. Without understanding why the use rate was low to begin with, tuning the character, or worse, reworking them entirely, is like throwing darts while blindfolded after being punched in the face. Was the pick rate low because Symmetra was weak? Or was it because her toolkit didn't fit in well with the dominant strategies running the game? Or was it because she was only fun to a certain type of player? And if I may ask, is it even a problem that her pick rate was low, or that the game has niche characters that aren't tournament viable? Well, is it?
That's a really damn good question. I mean, we were talking about that earlier about, you know, it's okay to have weaker characters in the game because that's kind of like some people enjoy kind of having that struggle. And if that character doesn't end up being one of the most popular characters, like, that's not necessarily a bad thing, especially because one of the things that people like in fighting games is to feel unique and feel special. There are players out there that just can't use the popular character, that they always want to steer towards somebody less common. One famous player about like that, you know, even though they won't, like, it's not going to be one of those situations they'd be like, yeah, I purposely do this, but you know that's kind of how they feel, is Cien, right? Cien, you know, he played Fong in season 1 of Street Fighter V. He eventually picked up Ibuki, but like in Street Fighter 6, he's stuck with DJ. And like, there's a lot of characters that I think would work for Cien, but like, he tried to play Kimberly seriously in tournaments before. He told me he messed with Elena for a while and he was kind of liking that character. But Cien is, and I mean, he won EVO with Gen in Street Fighter 4, right? He won with Gen. Cien is not the player, he's not like he's actively trying to avoid top tier characters, or he just wants to be a contrarian and play characters with low play rates. There are people out there that just, it's something innate in their brain, and I'm the same way. I can't ever play like the most popular character. I can't, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Like, as soon as I do that, I get bored. It's because when the character is super strong and super popular, like, everything about the character is known. You know what you're supposed to do, you know what your mix-ups are, etc., etc., and something about that makes it so that I can't play the character anymore. It's more interesting to me to play an Elena or, you know, like a Kimberly. Well, not Kimberly as much now, but early on, because, you know, like, there wasn't a lot of information about them. So for me, it's fun to delve into and try to create a lot of this information. So having characters with low play rate oftentimes is not necessarily a bad thing. Like Keats is saying here, is there anything wrong with Symmetra having a low play rate? It might actually be good because it gives those players who want to experiment and learn and lab and all these things like that, you know, an avenue to go to. So, you know, this is a great question. You know, is it bad that the game has niche characters that aren't tournament viable? You know, well, is it? Right? So, yeah, so obviously, yeah, I played Lucia, yes, exactly. But, you know, Flashy Flash has a good point. Low play rates also means less skin sales. And that is an important aspect, again, back to the whole, if we only focus on balance, we're not understanding that all of these developers are game companies and they need to make money. If you have a character in a game that is decidedly making less money for you than other characters, you want to solve that as a marketing, from the marketing standpoint of things. So I get that. But to Keats's point here is that just seeing the telemetry without the context, they couldn't figure out how to fix Symmetra properly, right? So if you're reading this, James, the way Filipino Champ explained is that Gen in SF4 Arcade edition was very strong and wasn't just a mid-tier character. No, I am not saying it's a fluke at all. In fact, Gen is a very, very strong character. It's the same way that Blanca is a very, very strong character in Street Fighter 6, but nobody plays him. I'm not saying that Cien is intentionally picking bad characters. What I'm saying is he's intentionally picking characters that are not prolific. He's playing characters that people don't use as often. Because I've talked to him. I was like, I don't think DJ is the right character for you. And he's like, I don't think DJ is the right character for me either. Right? Like, it's not a Cien character. Like, there's something about that character that's work, but like, he's kind of stuck there because the characters that would work for him aren't strong enough. Right? I know that sounds crazy because I think everyone says Kimberly is busted. But Cien told me that he doesn't feel like Kim is strong enough to win consistently. He's like, this character is not strong enough to actually be played as a serious tournament character. So he's kind of forced away from the characters that he wants to play. Again, the environment is changing it. Like, if he probably would be willing to stick with these characters more if this was Street Fighter 4 and $1 million wasn't on the line, but $1 million is on the line, so he's gonna play some DJ because DJ is clearly a more solid character, right? So, like, it's different. It's like the context, situation, stakes. Like, if you talk about numbers and everything without talking about the situation, like, the Daigo parry is a great example, right? Like, the Daigo parry, you know, a lot of times when people see it, they're like, yeah, that was amazing. That was really cool. When you read Glenn Craven's book about the Daigo parry, there's a whole chapter in there where I talk about the context of Daigo's of the Daigo parry. And a lot of people don't have that context. And so it seems like a bunch of people are going ape shit over some amazing feat of skill. But there's so much to that Daigo parry situation that's not talked about that caused that reaction to happen. You know, including the fact that Daigo hadn't proven himself. That was one of his first times in America. Nobody knew Justin was good at Street Fighter 3. And Justin had just beat Rao right beforehand, who was considered the best Chun-Li in Japan. And so Justin defeating the best Japanese Chun-Li was like, what the hell? And then, you know, he runs into Daigo and everyone's like, well, Daigo is like the best, right? So clearly Daigo's going to show Justin what's up. But again, this is like the second time Daigo had come to America. Second, third time. So like Daigo wasn't Daigo yet. And then Justin starts beating him and all of us are like, what the hell? Is Justin gonna upset another person? This is crazy. And you know, even if Justin had killed Daigo there, it still would have been 1-0, I think, or something like that. But like everybody was confused. Because Justin is an MVC2 player. He's not known as a Marvel player. He was on the 5v5 the previous year at UCLA, and everybody was confused by that. And so the fact that Justin was killing everybody in Third Strike at this tournament, everybody was like, what the hell is happening here? Like, wait, this is not right. What's going on? And then he activates the super. Daigo does the parry, and everybody just... Because, like, we're all already like, shit. Daigo's gonna lose to Justin. Justin's not even a Third Strike player. And then Daigo starts the parry. And listen to the audience. Like, with that backstory, you can hear why the audience starts gasping and kind of getting excited the way they were. And we thought he was just going to parry. And then Daigo jumps and parries the up kick so he can get a jump combo on Justin. And he kills him. Like, that was such a big snap back to reality. Like, all of us are like, what is happening? And then Daigo does that. And everyone's like, the beast is real. The beast is real. And oh my God. Like, it just was just like one of the craziest things that happened. And that's why the audience reacted the way it did. But the way the audience reacted is so infectious and it's so genuine that people don't need the context to feel how awesome that moment was. That's what makes that moment so special, why it's so powerful. But having the context really paints that situation in a different light. Like it wasn't like, oh, here's Daigo and Justin, the two best in the world, going up against each other, and Daigo parried Justin. No, it's literally like, wait, Justin doesn't play Thursday. What? And he just beat Rao, who like everyone said is the best Chun-Li in Japan. And here comes Daigo, and Daigo, he's supposed to be the beast. Like, we saw him in the Bang the Machine documentary and all this stuff, and now he's losing to Justin. What's happening here? And then that happened. And so you gotta just imagine just what kind of a wild moment that was. You just have to understand the context of that makes that moment so cool. Anyways, yeah, context matters. Continue, Keats.
Without context, data is often worse than useless.
Yep.
It can make you think a problem exists where there isn't one, and it might lead you to making decisions that remove the fun of some of your players. Data without context is dangerous. We should also consider that data is almost never qualitative, and it's easily skewed. Developers that use telemetry to observe the win rates of various characters and weapons will find obvious and large differences when they start to sort that data by player rank. But can we really trust a qualifier like player rank to sort and understand this data? Ranking systems are only good at sorting people who use them a lot. Consider that there are tournament level players who do not play ranked mode often at all, and when they do, they may be much lower ranked than their actual skill level due to their lack of ranked playtime. You must also realize that not everyone in the top ranking bracket is of equal skill, and so this can affect a character's win rate rather drastically even within that segment of players. And within that segment, you may find that certain strategies or characters are barely used at all. Think about what else goes into the win rate. Is this a 1v1 game or a team game? Is the character difficult or easy to use? How do we interpret the stats of a character who thrives in online matchmaking, but struggles to place well in full tournament brackets?
A good clip to put in there because oftentimes when you look at the Street Fighter 6 data at the master level, you see Hondas and Dalsums with really, really high win rates, right? And the problem is that when you see the win rate, a percentage has no indication of quantity. I know we're talking about qualitative here, but there's no indication of quantity. Well, the reason why those win rates are so good is because only the people really dedicated to those characters are going to make it high in ranked. And so a lot of the times, everybody who's in Master who plays Dalsum and Honda are really freaking good with those characters, right? Whereas, for example, Akuma, popular, badass, people like to play him. Ken, same kind of thing. Like, they could potentially be like the best character in the game, but you're going to have a lot more average players get into Master rank. And so their win rate's going to look low. And so you could season 1 of Street Fighter 6, when everyone agreed Ken was very strong, he had one of the lowest win rates in Master. Is that because when you look at that telemetry data and you look at specifically the Master rank, and you're like, these are the good players. Ken is not winning. He sucks. But he was really, really good. But it's just because the pool of people playing Ken was significantly larger. So you're going to have a larger variety between really strong players and really weak players. But the Hondas and the Dalsums have such a smaller pool, and most of the people who weren't strong enough to get into Master that gave up. And so, like, a lot of the people who are in Master with these characters are the players who have stuck with them and are really strong. And so their win rate is going to be very high. So, yeah, like, again, I know I'm just basically agreeing and repeating with everything Keats is saying, but yeah, basically, you can't just look at the data like that and just go off of that.
How close are the game's best character specialists to reaching each character's known potential? And what don't we know about a character's potential? Even if we could perfectly understand the...
Wow, did he just flash Yoshi on there because of AMSA? Because Melee is a game that for the longest of time had been very figured out what the tiering is. And AMSA just recently, like recently in terms of the Melee existence, because Melee's been around forever, AMSA won a super major with Yoshi, who is a character that is never considered very strong. And AMSA had always been one of the main Yoshi specialists. And most people would tell you that the character wasn't very good. But AMSA ends up winning with that character.
And what don't we know about a character's potential?
And the reason why you know that this is a reference to AMSA is because that is also AMSA's Yoshi's color. That's the colored Yoshi that he always plays.
Even if we could perfectly understand the quality of our win rate data, we simply can't learn enough from it to identify if we even have a problem to address, let alone possible solutions to that problem. Maybe we can spot a lot.
One of the things that makes me sad is, like, I don't know if Keats will get into this later on or if he knows enough about Overwatch, but I really want to know why Symmetra wasn't played that much. Like, I wonder if he has a theory, and, like, it's killing me right now.
Cited matchup with data from time to time, which can be really helpful in knowing where to look, but it isn't at all helpful in figuring out what to change. Remember, data will lie to you.
What's up, JDP? Would there be controversy considering that such weak characters may bring a sentiment of being required to be worth their purchase for DLC? I mean, a lot of people have felt that way in the past with like NRS games and stuff, when like Alien and Predator come out and they're just like super, super good. But, you know, since then, NRS has definitely released DLC characters that haven't been very strong. But yeah, that's definitely a factor as well. Definitely a factor. So, you know, making DLC characters stronger so that people would buy them more is definitely something that a lot of people think. But what am I trying to say here? It's definitely something that a lot of people think, but not necessarily proven. Because a lot of times DLC characters come out like booty butt cheeks, right? So, so while it's easy to think that that's what a lot of developers are doing, the results haven't necessarily matched it. Now, it could be that the developers didn't realize that the character was weak and they thought they were strong. Like a Viper, right? Like, you look at Viper and you're just like, man, this character's broken. And then they came out and Viper wasn't good enough. They had to buff her, right? So maybe they're trying, but they're not succeeding necessarily. But also, when you're in a competitive esports environment like this, you have to be more careful about that, because you release a character that's busted. Like, I mean, it took a while for us to figure out that Mai was this good. Took us a little while to figure out Sagat was this good. But you release a character that's busted and, you know, it will hurt your tournament scene like Keats was talking about. You have to make sure that the viewers are happy too. And so if you don't do it right, you end up with those Leroy situations or the Tanya situations, and the viewers are very upset. So while I'm sure they want the characters to be strong to sell them, it's still risky in a way. Playing a character not as popular can be a viable strategy due to matchup knowledge, lack thereof, but a lot of casuals may not get to a level. Yeah, I mean, that's like legit the reason why I have success with Kemi in Super Turbo, which is why I keep playing her in tournaments. But then I go to Hey Arcade, where Nakamura, the best Kami player, plays, and Matsun plays a lot of Cammy as well, and he plays at A Arcade. And suddenly I can't win jack shit because everybody there knows how to fight Cammy. I've said that Honda versus Cammy in Super Turbo was a 9-1 matchup. I still believe that. I still believe it's one of the hardest fights in fighting game history. However, I have beaten more Hondas in tournaments than I have lost to in tournaments. And that is because a lot of people have no Cammy matchup knowledge. They don't know what it is that, makes Honda destroy Cammy. And again, like if you looked at my win rate, you would be like, Cammy does fine against Honda. But without the context, you don't know, right? It's the suddenly the data, the statistics lie. I fought 2 Hondas, Killer Miller and Ultra David, who I would play against, and both of them were like, see, you're doing just fine. And I would stop and I'm like, it's because you're not playing the match right. And I told them like 3 things. And then I couldn't beat them ever again. And both of them were like, okay, yeah, I see it now. Also, keep in mind, Choni Ranchito, that back in the Super Turbo days, 6-4 was an extremely fair matchup. Like, 5-5 was an even matchup. 6-4 meant this character maybe has a slight advantage. And then 6-4 is where it actually started getting a little crazy. 8-2 is a bad matchup, and then 9-1 was just one of those, like, this matchup just sucks. And yeah, and I still believe that Honda versus Cammy is a 9-1 matchup. That's just how the characters were designed. There's literally no way to stop a Honda from holding down back. So I don't want to propagate that, Forrest. I'd rather be able to beat Hondas.
Using Street Fighter VI's publicly available telemetry, we can
there was one version that I was sure existed, and my brother is positive existed because he remembers doing it. But there was one version of Street Fighter 2, and people haven't been able to find this or stuff, and like a lot of people, like it's a big subject with me because I'm the one who keeps propagating the story. But there was one version of Street Fighter 2 where Zangief could SPD Honda at the start of the round. It was like round 1, fight, and at that point in time, then you jumped up, and remember Zangief didn't fly a screen away. It was just boom, and you were right next to him. So then Zangief just did cross-up splash, which would kill Honda's charge, so he couldn't headbutt. And reversals didn't really work in Street Fighter 2, so Zangief would just do cross-up, blah, into SPD tick, and a cross-up into SPD tick, and Honda died. That was a 10-0 matchup. But the existence of this version of Street Fighter 2 where Zangief can SPD you from the round start is unknown if real or not.
can see such a case in action. To you. Using Street Fighter VI's publicly available telemetry, we can see such a case in action. Dhalsim, Lily, Honda, Rashid, Blanka, and Kimberly are the bottom 6 characters in terms of use rates and ranked, both across all ranks overall and when isolating the Master Rank players. And yet, the characters with the highest win rates in Master Rank are, in order, Honda, Kimberly, Dhalsim, JP, Blanka, Rashid.
Okay, he's going to talk about exactly what I just talked about.
So this is almost the exact inverse. And player conceptions of these characters placed in the tier lists bear no relation to any of this data. Most players think Blanka and Rashid are high tier, Honda and Lily are low tier, and ideas about Dhalsim and Kimberly's strength vary wildly. This data could easily lead you to believe that these 6 characters are weak due to underuse, or make you think that they're too strong because of their high win rates. Data without context is dangerous, yes, but even trying to apply proper context to your data is almost impossibly difficult. So if we can't really trust data to guide us, we should probably talk to the players in our community, right? After all, they play the most, they're often extremely skilled, and they know the game pretty damn well. Well, unfortunately, even though most of them don't mean to, players frequently lie too. If you've been in or around game dev long enough, you've certainly heard the phrase, players don't know what they want. This isn't entirely true in my experience. There's a relatively well-known clip of me from the wonderful Fight On! Killer Instinct documentary by Hold Back to Block, in which I tell an anecdote about a time when the
I just talked about this earlier.
AI community rallied together and really wanted us to nerf Jago. Specifically, his ability to heal himself by landing fireballs during his instinct mode made them feel like they had to kill him 3 times instead of 2. But nerfing his healing, as they'd requested, would have cut away at the character's core identity and a large part of what makes him unique and fun to play. The community was laser focused on seeing the healing as the problem.
Bunny Ice is laser focused because he's the one. Oh, wait. No, his fireball wasn't Laserken. That was Orchid. Sorry.
And their view of the game was that Jago was either too strong or too frustrating to play against, depending on who you asked. Whether this was the true state of the game or not is not relevant. They believed Jago was a problem, and their perception, no matter how flawed, is the reality they live in. To tune games properly, you must accept this. A player's perception is their reality.
I've talked about this a lot too, in which I've said that Street Fighter 6 is so well balanced that everybody's top 10 list of Street Fighter 6 characters is correct. And that is because it's going to be so wildly different from player to player because of who their training partners are, who they play the most, what characters they play, etc., etc. Street Fighter 6 is balanced. That's why I always say there's like 15 or 20 characters that are top 10 in Street Fighter 6, because it really just depends on who you play and who you play against and your past experiences. So it's really hard to be definitive about tier lists when the character balance is so close. So I think this has a lot of merit to that, right? So a player's perception is their reality.
Properly, you must accept this. A player's perception is their reality. So instead of succumbing to the community pressure campaign and nerfing Jago's healing, we took a different approach that allowed us to maintain his fun and unique healing gimmick, while weakening some of the more brainless parts of his kit that allowed him to negate his intended weaknesses too easily.
Yes, this is also important in terms of fighting game balance. So when Tanya first dropped in MKX, I found her very, very interesting because she had the Dragon Naginata stance, which gave her a bunch of powers while she was bouncing on her staff, right? And unfortunately, she was too strong just on the ground, like with her like normal attacks and all this stuff. So when they nerfed her, they took away a lot of the stuff that she could do that was unique in the airborne side of things and left everything that was strong on the ground. And I was just like, this is so boring. Like, she's now just like everybody else. Like, what was unique and fun about the character, you nerfed and kept the boring parts. So if you're balancing a fighting game character, you want to try to keep the things that make characters unique and fun and balance around that, right? So that's why whenever you talk to me about balancing I don't talk about nerfing her fan. I've never really said much about nerfing her fan. I want to nerf the other things that she should be weak on, just like what Keats is saying here, he did with Jago. I want to nerf her anti-air ability without meter, and I want to nerf her zoning keep out game. And I think a lot of that is her standing heavy punch is too strong, right? So like, I want to nerf the things about that make her strong without removing what makes her unique and fun. If you nerf the OD fan so that it doesn't bounce or that it's just really hard to come by that or whatever, blah, 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 she's just a Shoto now. And who cares at that point? At that point, I mean, one of the reasons why you don't see a lot of Luke played is because, you know, other Shotos are better. Like the whole Akuma, Ryu, Ken, Luke, like that kind of like fight between them and like whichever one's the best, the other guys, you don't see them played as much. Is part of that, right? Is that tendency that like in Street Fighter V, if Karin was better than Cammy, all the people who played top tier would play Karin, and Cammy stopped being played. But then when Cammy got better than Karin, they all played Cammy again, and they stopped playing Karin because those two characters fought very similarly, right? They didn't have enough to make them unique from each other. So when you're balancing fighting games, there is, of course, balance them and nerf this thing that's too strong. Makes sense, done, right? Balance the game. But you don't want to kill the uniqueness of the character or what might make them fun. Again, you want to make the character fun. You want to make it so that the person playing the character feels special, right? If they're using Ken and they see what Akuma and Ryu can do and Ken can't do it, like, it's just like, it sucks, right? But like, if Ken can do something that is unique to him that other characters can't, like that Ryu and Akuma can't do, even if he is slightly worse than them, if that thing is unique enough and interesting enough, Ken players will still keep playing him. The hard part about Ken right now is that while Jinrai and Dragon Lash are strong at the highest levels, they get nerfed a lot. They are significantly weaker, and I found out just how much earlier when I found out you couldn't delay the Jinrai as long as I thought you could. The Jinrai follow-up. So now, like, I'm less scared of Jinrai than I've ever been. Holy crap. But the point being is that, you know, you gotta make sure the thing that's unique and interesting and fun about a character is what's strong. And if that takes nerfing like the standard stuff, that's how it should be done, because a good fighting game character shouldn't have no weaknesses. A good fighting game character shouldn't have everything covered up. Like, I have never wanted Kimberly to have longer range normals. Like, that's one of her biggest weaknesses. She's the only character that doesn't have a move that's longer range than the standard crouching medium kick range. Like, every character has it, right? Cammy has standing heavy kick. You know, Marisa has heavy punches and stuff like that. Terry has standing heavy kick. You know, everybody has that button that reaches farther than that crouching medium kick range except for Kimberly. And I've asked for a lot of buffs for Kimberly in the past, but I've never asked for having that move that actually reaches farther, because that's her weakness, and that's fine. And that allows her to still be a crazy rush down run character, and you know, maybe it's a little too strong. The arc step frame up might be a little too strong right now. I don't know. I don't think it is, but everybody complains about it. But you don't want to nerf the cool run stuff for Kimberly. And I'm not even sure I want an ODDP for Kimberly, because I think that's part of what makes her interesting, is that she has that weakness. I would like to have something, like give me a damn wall jump so I can get out of the corner, but, you know, that's a whole nother story. But you don't want to nerf the thing that makes your character fun and unique, basically. Let's see here. They eventually changed Ryu's quarter circuit back to going through fireballs, but for many years it did. Oh, like in Street Fighter V. Yeah. Like, they've taken away unblockables from Yoshi in Tekken, one of his unique traits. He's still strong, but less interesting. Yeah, exactly, right? You don't want to homogenize everybody, because that just makes the game boring. And as Keith said, like, boredom is something that will get people to stop playing your game. And if everybody plays the same, and it's just, here's 3 characters that do the same thing, you play the best one. Depending on the season, here's another 5 characters that play the same. You play the best one, depending on who's the best during that season. Like, it's not as interesting, honestly.
The community cooked us pretty hard for a few weeks, insisting that this wasn't the change they asked for and wouldn't make a difference. But a few weeks after that, complaining about Jago had all but stopped. Players knew they wanted a weaker Jago. It's just that their idea of how to do it would have had way worse knockdown effects on the game and Jago player base than what we landed on.
What about buffing teleports, sir? I heard that be an idea. I believe you spoke about it. Yeah, I would like her teleports to be better because her teleports are useless right now. And the way they buffed her teleports was by making them better as a combo tool. It's always frustrating when buffs to useless moves is make them a better combo tool, because that doesn't make them a better move. That just gives you new combo routes, which means you already hit them. Unless, of course, it significantly ups or changes your damage. And in Kimberly's case, it really doesn't. And her teleports, I mean, I'm already mad because if you look at Ingrid's teleports, like just from the initial things that we saw, like her teleports are like super good. And Kimberly's teleports are still just completely useless. Like, I'm just like, huh. But, you know, the hard part about it is with Kimberly is if you did buff her teleports, you would have to nerf some other stuff, because you don't want her teleports to be buffed and be really good and not, you know, tone her down in other ways. Unless the buffs of the teleport actually don't make her significantly better, but are just cool new tools. But that takes play testing and figuring out. So,
and of course, a very small number of Jago players were unable to adapt to the changes that we did end up going with, and they either switched characters or quit the game entirely. That sucks, but it's a natural part of the tuning process. You can't please everyone, but
been saying that.
You can limit the negative blowback of a nerf if you're thoughtful. Was Jago too strong on paper? Did he even need to be nerfed in the first place? Believe it or not, it doesn't actually matter. Ultimately, players were frustrated, and something had to be done about that. The something we chose weakened Jago, which is what the players wanted, but the way we did it strayed pretty far from most of the common complaints. So, in a way, players do occasionally know what they want. It's just that they don't usually know the least destructive way to get there. Most of your user base will lie to you, but I'll state again, they usually don't mean to. They're generally well-intentioned and they just want the game to get better. But better for who? Even among the...
Oh, man. It's so crazy because all the tangents I go on are just like so similar, right? Better for who? Like I said, when you're making a game, who are you making it for? Like, you gotta know who your target is.
Most well-meaning users, you'll find that the overwhelming majority of them struggle to see the big picture or consider the viewpoints of others. Their idea of a better game is very commonly one in which they, with their character or weapon of choice, can win more easily. Things that beat their playstyle get weakened, and their playstyle gets stronger, and no one complains about their playstyle so they can feel good about using it. I used to think this way myself, so I'm not trying to cut you down if you currently think this way. It goes without saying that this isn't a good way to make a more fair or less frustrating game, so you need to take every piece of feedback that you get with a massive grain of salt and try to apply as much context to it as possible. Developers can be easily misled by data, sure, but they can even more easily be misled by players. Data can be convincing, but players can be very, very loud and hard to ignore. It is...
He's just like, these guys are spouting nonsense. No, he's not saying that. He's not saying that. I just thought it was funny, so...
Of course, not possible to know what you don't currently know. But that won't stop players from insisting that their perspective is the truth. After all, to them, it currently is. But their perspective can shift quickly. Players are very easily influenced and misled.
Yes. I just talked about this on Twitter, how it's easy for players to like come up with reasons to hate games even though they never played it, even though they don't really hate it. I didn't mention this part, but this part was something that was in my mind, is that a lot of times it's based off of what influencers say. Like, they'll hear a person be like, yeah, the problem with this game is blah. And so then when someone asks them, why don't you play this game? They'll be like, oh, it's because this mechanic sucks. And it's really just kind of repeating what somebody else says. It's not necessarily what they believe in themselves, they heard someone that they respect say it, and because they want a reason not to play that game, that becomes truth, and then eventually they just start thinking negatively about the game, which sucks. So I wish people wouldn't do that, but that's a whole nother story. But yes, people are easily influenced. Oh, all of the SNK games suffer from this a lot. People, like I always said that I felt like KOF 14, which was super ugly for sure, affected KOF 15. A lot of people are like, oh my God, KOF 15 is ugly. Much better looking game, but I really felt like that a lot of that came from meme inertia, that people were already so down on 14 that you transfer that excuse to 15 so you don't have to try it, right? Again, people aren't doing this maliciously necessarily. They just need a reason to not have to spend $60 to $80 to $100 to buy a fighting game and spend a bunch of time learning it and just stay with what they're playing. It's easier that way. And so in this day and age, because fighting games are competing with a bunch of other fighting games, every other video game out there, and like a bazillion mobile games, like people will take any excuse that they can to not have to play a game. And so it's like the game's ugly, or throw loops suck, or I hate the fact that this game is now assist based. Like you will find every reason to not want to play the game. And SNK games do suffer a lot of, stigma and that kind of like I said, for KO 15, it's like meme inertia. Like it frustrates me because I know, and a lot of people get mad at me because of this, because I don't play City of the Wolves myself, but I tell everybody to play City of the Wolves, because especially for old school players, because if you're a heart player, City of the Wolves is amazing. And this has happened a lot on my streams already. I've told people you should play City of the Wolves, and they come back and they're like, holy crap, this game is amazing. I love this game. Thank you for putting me on to City of the Wolves, right? So like, it's frustrating to me because like I feel like a lot of people out there would really enjoy the game. Like I think Daigo and Tokido would be amazing at City of the Wolves. Like there's $1.5 million on the line. They could win that. They could reasonably be in the running to win that, because I think City of the Wolves plays more to what they want to do than Street Fighter 6 does. But Street Fighter 6 is the most popular right now, and it's clearly has the most steam, so they're going to be playing that game. But I really think that Tokido and Daigo would be really good at City of the Wolves without much practice. That's the thing. I think that they would be really good at those games and they wouldn't have to practice as much, because it's so much more heart-based, because it's about the decision making, which is where Tokido and Daigo shine, because they're both heart players deep down inside. So I feel like, they could play the game, and I think they would really enjoy it. And and I talked to a lot of old school players. I'm like, dude, I talked to Mike Ross, right? Like at the EVO Awards, I looked at Mike Ross, and City of the Wolves was winning some awards. And I'm like, dude, Mike Ross is such a heart player. He's such an old school player. So I just looked at him. I was like, Mike, are you playing City of the Wolves? And like, if he wasn't, I was going to be like, dude, you should play this game. I think you would really, really enjoy the game. And so I asked Mike, I was like, do you play City of the Wolves? And he just looked at me and was like, James. And, went on one of the Mike Rice tirades. Like, do you know how godlike I am in City of the Wolves? Like those exact words, but that was essentially what he was saying. And he's like, I love that game. I love that game so much. And I'm like nothing about that surprises me, right? Like, I was going to tell him to do that because I thought he would love the game. And it turns out Mike Ross loved the game. Like, as much as people want to tell me this heart, mind, body thing doesn't exist, like, every time I make these assumptions and do the, like, it turns out true. It turns out correct. You know? Oh, man. Daigo detests SF3's parry system. Would that not translate to Fatal Fury City of the Wolves? Not as much, because Just Defend isn't parry. It's pretty different. The only similarity is when you actually get the Just Defend into the guard cancel, but that's not easy to do. So that takes a little bit of skill. Again, I think Daigo probably hates the parry system in similar ways that I do not like the parry system myself. But at the same time, I also acknowledge why the parry mechanic is like the greatest thing in the world. Like, I think for like balance and players and stuff, like, I don't think it's a good mechanic because it's very easy to do accidentally. One, two, like, there's no visual cue anyone's trying it. There's like no way to, like, yeah, in the end, like, people get around it and it's easy to beat up because, like, the mix-ups are better than, you know, the parries and stuff. But I don't like the fact that the parry answers every solution. How do I avoid chip? I parry. How do I avoid cross-up? I parry. How do I anti-air a jump attack? I parry. How do I not get hit by an anti-air? I parry. Like, I don't like that, and I don't like the lack of commitment to it. It's too option selectable. But on the same time, dude, the parry is like the greatest euphoria, right? Like, I mean, the Daigo parry just shows you that, right? Like, people, my friends who didn't play fighting games loved to play Street Fighter 3 because all they wanted to do was parry stuff. Like, that's powerful. And when people parry stuff, it feels fucking good. Like, you parry something and then you punish them and you're just like, yes, I am God. You know, because it's hard. It has that vibe that it is not easy to do. Like, when I tell you right now that the parry window in Street Fighter 3 is like 13 frames it's like 8 frames or something like that compared to, you know, 2 frames of perfect parry in Street Fighter 6. Like, people would be like, what? Like, parries, the window's that big? Like, you know, it sounds weird, but it just makes you feel goddamn good. And that's why parry is awesome, because everybody loves to try to parry, and everybody feels great when they do it. Hey, thanks for the sub, Sencho. Appreciate it. Do you think KOF could go back to being fully 2D sprites? No. I mean, I don't think any, like, Avatar is a very special situation because it comes from a 2D cartoon. But it's very difficult now because one of the things a lot of people don't realize is that when you do 2D sprites, it's hard to add new moves, and the presentation is nerfed a lot, right? Because, you know, you cutscenes, like world tour stuff, can't do that with sprites. When you land level 3 supers, oh, there you go. That's the subscription. If you land level 3 supers and stuff like that, you can't do funky camera angles. Like, as much as people love KOF 13's graphics, like, look at their supers, right? Like, they did some really smart things with the way the supers work with cameras and zoom-ins, but you don't get crazy angles and stuff like that, right? So, like, you lose a lot in presentation. And these days, like, as much as everybody is like, oh my God, like, you know, graphics don't matter in fighting games, that's just straight up 100% bullshit. Like, graphics matter, right? Like I said, Avatar can get away with it because Avatar is a 2D cartoon. So you want to see it look like the cartoon. So it's acceptable. But for a lot of these franchises now, like Street Fighter, like Darkstalkers, like KOF, as much as I would like them to be 2D sprites, like, it wouldn't work. Like, if you have a game nowadays with Morrigan in it, and you don't get crazy cutscenes where you get to male gaze on her boobs and like, you know, stuff like people are gonna riot, you know. Like people are not gonna be happy. So the happy medium is what ArcSys is doing, right? So everybody needs to develop their own ArcSys engine, right? Because if Capcom did that, that would be great for MVC4. It would be great for CVS3. It would be great for Darkstalkers. If they wanted to do new Cyberbots, if they wanted to do a rival schools, like it would benefit them hugely because I don't think the RE engine would work for Darkstalkers. SNK would benefit massively from developing their own engine because if they can make their games look 2D while being in 3D, I think that's really important for them too because SNK is known traditionally for their sprite work, for their beautiful animation and such, you know? And so like they're not good at 3D, and you can see that, right? Like as good as City of the Wolves looks, like I could do a whole stream of why I think City of the Wolves doesn't look good enough. But that's a whole nother story. But you know, like I said, there are people out there who still think the game look ugly. I think the game looks really pretty, but I get why people would think it's ugly. That's how I'll state it. So having a Guilty Gear engine that produces Grand Blue Fantasy, Marvel Tokon, Dragon Ball Fighters, I think is really important for a lot of these fighting game companies. And I think it would really benefit them to invest in a graphics engine so that they can do what ArcSys is doing, which is just churning these games out like constantly. Yeah, sprites, costumes, you lose costume sales, new skins, like Richard's saying here. Yeah, for sure. Avatar game looks like it's going to be lots of fun. Yeah, I'm excited for that one, especially because I love Avatar. Soul Calibur's crazy to see the first time. Yeah, game looks very mediocre. Really, all of this era's SNKs just looks lame except for Sam's show. Yeah, I mean that is one thing, right? Like when you look at Rock and when you look at Terry, and then you look at them in KOF 15, it looks like it's the same model but with a better filter. That's one of my complaints about the way that it looks. Eris made a great observation about Marvel Tokon. Yeah, he switched back and forth between that game and another ArcSys game, and he said it looks the same, and I think I agree. A lot of the ArcSys games do look all the same to me. Yeah, absolutely, they look the same, but it's an aesthetic that, like, the entire country where ArcSys is based loves, right? I mean, like, we're making games that look like anime in Japan. That's not a wrong decision. That's not a wrong decision to do, right? So, and I think they have enough differences, but I get what people mean by that, Richard. Like, I get what people mean when they say they kind of look the same, because it is the same kind of thing with like less in between frames and stuff like that. It's very similar, you know, motions and stuff like that. So, like, I get where people are coming from. That's the interesting thing about Tokon, is that they do have a lot of the in-between frames. I think Tokon is like one of the first times in their engine that they're trying not to look like an anime cartoon. So I think Tokon does look distinctive, but I get why people say they look the same. That's all. Anyways, yeah, influencers can influence a lot. They can give a lot of people reasons to hate games, and they can also give people reasons why they think games are unbalanced.
Influencer types can, often without even meaning to, construct completely false narratives that large swaths of your user base will bandwagon on and help amplify. Suddenly, the desires or misinformation of just one popular player can start to sound like hundreds or thousands of people who all agree about what the problem is and how to fix it. Groupthink is a major issue that puts a lot of social pressure on devs that can be very difficult to navigate. And it isn't just influential players or malicious players who can influence a crowd. It's often tournament results themselves. Early on, after the launch of Injustice 2 in May of 2017, generational talent Sonic Fox won nearly every tournament they attended using Captain Cold, a character that many at the time thought was on the weaker end of the roster. Sonic Fox's dominant win streak resulted in a community that was forced to reassess the actual strength of the character, and eventually developers that nerfed the character despite Sonic Fox's insistence that Captain Cold was indeed weak and just counterpicked certain characters well. But you don't even have to go on a dominant winning streak to change people's views. After Super Street Fighter IV launched in April of 2010, right before tournament season really kicked off, many of us looked to our strongest players to assess the power levels of the 10 new characters that were added to the roster. Going into EVO 2010 on July 9th, the widespread sentiment among top players was that Adon was among the weaker characters added to the game. Many of us went into that event writing the character off completely. And then GamerBee took 5th place out of about 1,700 players with Adon that weekend in the largest open bracket tournament we had seen to date, totally upending how we had viewed the character for months without a single balance change.
GamerBee from Taiwan using Adon. For all you people out there who don't believe that Adon can take it to the top 8.
In an even more dramatic example, let's look at
Who was that guy?
Super Smash Bros. Melee, one of the most popular competitive games of all time, and a game that has not been patched since the 1.02 Player's Choice discs were released in 2003. Melee
I think the background music is going to give us an idea that, yeah, this is probably going to be about AMSA.
has a very long and well-documented history of community agreed upon tier lists to rank the strongest and weakest characters. By all conventional wisdom, Yoshi sat as the 21st best character in the game, in a roster of 26. Not good. And then AMSA appeared in the tournament scene and started getting results with Yoshi. Yoshi's rank went from 21st to 12th, from 2013 to 2015, and after AMSA's win at Big House 10 in October of 2022, arguably the hardest Melee major of all time, Yoshi now sits as the 10th best character in the game on community tier lists. Despite nothing about the game changing, Yoshi rose 11 spots in the ranks.
Yoshi is the best of the 987 competitors.
Again, we simply cannot know what we do not know. Whether it's Sonic Fox thinking their tournament-winning character is weak, or a consensus of top players thinking that a character they don't even main is weak just before a breakout performance, or AMSA believing in their character's power despite ridiculous execution requirements and being the only one in the world who can do it, it just goes to show you how easily players and developer opinions can be swayed by tournament results and influencers. When groupthink and player pressure campaigns arrive at your doorstep, it's incredibly hard, maybe impossible as a developer, to know what situation you're actually in and guess right. Is the character weak or strong? Without many years of evidence, you'll have to make an assumption. You'll be right sometimes, and you'll be wrong other times, and it's a huge part of why tuning a competitive game is so difficult. And of course, when talking about our inability to know what we don't yet know and how that influences the way we think about our passions and the world, I need to remind you, dear viewer, of the Dunning-Kruger effect. We can be extremely confident that we know everything about the state of a game when we, in fact, are only seeing a small part of the big picture. Even the strongest players in the world who are regularly winning tournaments may only be aware of a tiny fraction of what's possible within a play space. And while balanced discussions and tier list theorizing can be incredibly fun, it is for these reasons that players make misleading and unreliable sources of guidance when deciding how to tune your game.
And, you know, it's funny because, like, I know some people don't like talking about tier lists or placing and stuff. I talk about it all the time. I really like talking about it, even though, like, I don't think tiers are, you know, something that you should obey by when you're playing a game, unless you're, like, really, like, gunning for, like, the 1 milli, you know, for like, the prize money. Like, a lot of times, you know, people ask, should I pick a top tier early on? Like, if you're new to a game, the tier isn't going to matter. It's not going to matter. Play who you think is fun, because that's always going to be more important. Play the character that appeals to you. That is always going to be much more important. So don't worry about balance and stuff at lower levels. But balance will tell you at least that once you start getting into higher levels of play, how much of you winning or losing is your fault. And while it sounds like you can use low tier as a means to make excuses, I'm just saying that that's just a realistic thing, right? If you're using Lily and you stop and you get to a point where it gets harder to win, like you can question yourself. You can be like, God, why do I suck so bad? But part of you can also be like, well, my character struggles a lot, right? But that's not me saying go pick someone else. That just means you have to understand that you have to do a little more work. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't, like, you should stop playing them, honestly. Like, if that's the character that gels with you and you understand if you do a little more work, then you are willingly and knowingly accepting that reality. And it helps sometimes because then, you know, you don't have to beat yourself up for not necessarily winning in matches and doing as well, and not shifting the blame to yourself for feeling like you're bad. Top players usually suggest boring changes. Yeah, 100%, 100%. Man, I was looking at a beta fight with Wolverine and thought to myself, man, if Arxis should have gotten the rights to Transformers instead of Marvel characters, game was so badass. The Transformers, oh god, like I could go on about this forever, Billy Badass. Transformers are, it's like one of the main difficulties about Transformers is that, like, if you, like, someone is making a fan-made Transformer game out there right now. The hardest thing about Transformers, and will always be the hardest thing about Transformers, is that if you make a video game about Transformers, there's no reason to make them transform. But that's their whole gimmick. That's the point of Transformers, is that they transform. But how do you make that relevant in a video game? So, like, if you make a fighting game of Transformers, why would they transform? Like, why is Optimus Prime going to turn to a truck to ram into... Like, that is the hardest thing about Transformers. Like, I played, like, that Transformers game that was made by Platinum, right? Like, it was just, like, the beat-em-up game. And, like, you could transform and ram into things and stuff. And I was just like, this is so, like... What, really? Like, what is the point of this, you know? So, like, it's hard. Transformers is such a weird property because, like I said, like, trying to translate into a video, like, the only way it would work is if you made a sandbox Transformers game. That's how it would work. Because instead of getting into the Batmobile or flying through the air or whatever, you would transform into a vehicle and drive around. Like, that's how you make it work, honestly. I don't think Bloody Roar was bad. I didn't play it much, but I don't think it was bad. Like, I can't really say, but every fighting game kind of has their own merit, except for certain fighting games that will not be named here. Anyways, I think this is the start of a new chapter here. So 2250, yeah, this is the start of a new chapter. So the goals of game balance. So we're going to stop here because I think this is a good stopping point because I think Keats is changing the topic a lot here. So I am, no. Well, so transforming gimmick is, I don't mean like the transforming gimmick is bad. It's like Bloody Roar is like, that's like stances or like X Factor or something like that. It works, but like, literally, like, you put Sideswipe into your game because he's cool and people like him because he's a Lamborghini. Like, why would you transform into a Lamborghini in the middle of a fight? So if you have a fighting game for Transformers, why would he transform, right? So, like, all right, you don't make him transform, so they just stay in robot form and you make a fighting game like that, but then, like, they're not transforming. Right? Like, if it was Grimlock, yeah, sure, that makes sense. Cinematic super? So, like, all the Autobots, their super is going to be them hitting you and then ramming you? Like, if you're going to put, like, 10 Autobots in there, most of them are transforming into cars. And, yeah, airplane, how does that make sense? Yeah, I'm going to transform into an F-15 fighter jet to fight you close up. Like, okay, it's a cinematic super. So, like I said, like, obviously Thundercracker, Skywarp, and Starscream can do different things. Like, Thundercracker would just, like, completely, like, just make you shatter, fall apart, take damage through, you know, Sonic Boom, Skywarp would teleport you like into the sky and drop you, whatever like that. But like, they're all transforming into an airplane. Like, it's just like, oh man. I just don't know what you would do with Transformers in a fighting game, honestly. I don't know. I don't know what you would do, so. But yeah, I said that I would probably stop after a while, so that's 20 minutes into a 1 hour video. But if you guys can, try to give a follow to Game Design Direct, this channel over here. It's a, this is a good, these are good conversations to have. And again, I've always, the way that Keats approaches balance, game design, and stuff, we've always had long conversations about these things. And though we don't see eye to eye on a lot of stuff, the two of us have always appreciated the fact that we look at game balance like similarly, which is different than how everybody else looks at it. Like we're both very good at taking into account a lot of factors that aren't like the things that everybody says. Like I said, throw loops, like, are throw loops broken? No, they're not broken. The reason why they're broken in Street Fighter 6 right now is because if I know you're gonna throw me, I can't punish you for that outside of just hitting you with a level 3, right? But if I know deep within my heart that you're gonna throw me, like, and I don't have any supers, like, what am I gonna do? Like, yeah, and so, like, of course you're gonna go for 5 throws in a row because as the thrower, there's no consequence. Like I was talking about the Lightning Beast earlier. There's no consequence to it. It's safe, right? Like, it's so hard to be punished for doing that. So it's very hard. Maybe a Transformer game work better as a Demolition Derby style game. I mean, if it's all Autobots, for sure. If it's all Autobots. But yeah, like, Keats and I definitely, like, we respect the way that each other thinks about video games a lot. Because we know we think about it very differently than a lot of other people. So I was really interested in watching this, and when he asked me if I would, watch this and talk about it a little bit, I was like, absolutely, because I want to hear his opinion. And you could see it, right? Like, I literally was talking about stuff on a tangent, not even knowing that he was going to say the exact same thing, right? Like, that's pretty freaking hilarious to me, which is kind of indication of just how, how much that we think similarly to each other when it comes to game design and stuff. So, it's cool to see this, and it's cool to hear him talk about this. I will continue this in a future stream, but I do need to pack tomorrow and head to Combo Breaker myself. So I will not be streaming for the rest of, this time. So next time I stream might be next week. So, but I'm going to try to get back into streaming. I also want to do more random streams as well. I talked about this on Twitter, so I'll ask you guys over here if you guys would be interested in this. Recently, I got hooked onto Hollow Knight. I've already beat the game. I've already beat the actual boss and all that stuff, and I'm just trying to do a lot of the extra content. And I've just ran into Nightmare King Grim, which a lot of people say is like their favorite like boss fight in there. And like the little bit that I tried, I'm like, oh god, this is gonna be painful for me. But like, if people are interested in seeing me try to beat Nightmare King Grim, I might try to do that next week. I've been just going for the Pantheon right now and trying to beat a lot of stuff in the Pantheon, which has been its own. God, there's been times I wanted to throw my controller, Jesus Christ. But still, like, if you guys would be interested in watching me play some Hollow Knight, I will definitely try to do that next week as well. But Hope you guys have enjoyed this. Hope you guys, are happy to see me back and back on stream and such. So, I definitely. Also the other thing that I talk to people about is that I have been playing a lot of Vampire Savior recently. However, I haven't been streaming any of that because I have been playing incognito online, just to make it a little more easy for me to play. But I've been loving that game. I've been having so much goddamn fun playing that game. Holy crap, I've been having so much fun playing Vampire Saviors. So, it's so good. So, maybe at some point in time, like I said, I don't think I can stay incognito for very long. Once it, if that happens, then, I'll definitely try to stream some more of my sessions and stuff like that. But I've been having so much fun with that game. And all I want to do is just keep playing it. It's so good, and I'm just having so much fun. Felicia or someone else? It's not Felicia, I'll say that much. I'm not actually playing Felicia, mainly because the best player in the United States right now is a Felicia player, Alaris. And as I've said, I like to play characters that aren't used as often. Fortunately, there's a character that I've mained a lot in the previous vampire games that I don't see a lot in America, who's actually really good. So no, I'm not playing like Victor or an Iris or something like that, but I'm playing a character that I don't see as often, but still very strong. So I'm having fun. In any case, I will play boring old Morrigan. But I'm having fun with that game so much, so I'm having a great time. In any case, that'll do it for me to stream here because it's midnight. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, so standard fare for me. Hopefully I'll be streaming more often in the future. So please like and subscribe, follow. Donations and subscriptions are beautiful, but also I hope you guys are enjoying this stuff on YouTube, the videos that we're putting out. I know my editors have been dropping a lot of content now, and I hope you guys have been enjoying that. A lot of things getting a lot of views, so I appreciate that, guys. Hopefully I can keep that up and keep giving you guys more stuff. I have a lot of ideas for videos. I'm definitely gonna try to do a lot more Darkstalkers content coming up. More Vampire Savior stuff to really help people prepare for Evil World's Vampire Savior, to know what to expect out of the characters and stuff like that. So I'm excited for that as well. Any case, thank you guys. I will continue the Keats video in the future. And then, like I said, I've got a lot of other topics that I want to talk about that I'll keep working on here. Hope you guys also enjoyed the Blanca stuff, talking about why Lightning Beast is so strong. And so I hope you guys are enjoying that. I hope you guys enjoyed that as well. In any case, thank you guys for watching. And the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
it was Tuesday.
The ironic part is that it's not Tuesday for anywhere except for in Hawaii now, but whatever. It all works. Anyways, take care, guys. Peace. Oh, let me raid somebody. Oh, Alaska, that's right. That works too, yes. Nathan, I can't use my mouse. Nathan, what are you doing? All right, we'll raid Legendary LCDX then. All right, we'll see you guys. Nathan, I can't. Nathan, help. Nathan.
Someone banned Hellboy.
Sorry, guys. Sorry about that, guys. I was just turning on his stream. I didn't realize my volume was so loud.